clarinet and piano, all keyboards. My brother-in-law, Chris Jasper. Standing next to him is my baby brother, Marvin Isley. Standing next to him with the hat on is leader of business and everything, Kevin Isley. Standing next to him is
Good evening, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a while. Oh, and we've already got a bot in the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I have completely forgotten how to use Twitch. How the hell do I get rid of this guy? This is a riveting start to the stream. Look, there we go.
Cassie. Cat.
Uh-oh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry about that. Starting up again after this guy. Oh, man, is the thing still there? Don't matter. Screw it. I don't care. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna turn down my music a little bit as well. I'm surprised we've got so many people in the chat already. Welcome, username, Cat, Joe, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As you can see, stream remains pretty much the same. Rog, welcome, welcome. Who can anybody tell what's different about my screen at the moment, or about my webcam, I should say? Slightly, I mean, like, okay, I haven't streamed since, when was the last time I streamed? I'm gonna say like April? May? Something like that. Did get a haircut. I've got a really cool new poster. Oh, wait, there we go. Ooh, actually, you probably can't see it. Let's, webcam with chat, make it a bit bigger. Yeah, I actually spend money on a Cool as Ice poster. I'm looking down here as well because I now have 3 monitors. I have a big one here and 2 like vertical ones off to the side, which I'm kind of trying to adjust to because I haven't actually streamed onto it when I had those. So yeah.
Yo, man, that's a great
philosophy, but
Can you put it back together with quickness?
I have forgotten every single one of the, like, redeem things I've put up as well, so you guys are gonna have to remind me throughout the stream as well. But how has everyone been doing? What's been going on? I thought I'd start a bit earlier tonight. Yeah, exactly. I thought I'd start a bit earlier tonight and kind of just let people come in, if people are gonna come in. Oh man, is it? It's really warm at the moment as well here in Melbourne. What is it? Is it like, it's 30 degrees at the moment? Which I don't know for all you Northern Hemisphere folks. What's 30 degrees C to Fahrenheit? 86 Fahrenheit? Is that hot for Americans and whatnot? Listening to the Nutcracker earlier. I must have followed you a while back. Just saw you streaming, decided to come see. Roach, thank you very much for following me a while back. It might have been a while, so well, we mainly do Maya rigging in here. Maybe that will jog your memory. 30, yeah, freakishly warm for 8 o'clock. Hey, 30 degrees in Perth as well. I am going to be back in Perth Sunday evening. So I'm looking forward to heat. I'm looking forward to going to the beach and having a nice swim. That'll be great because it's been raining non-stop here in Melbourne, basically for the past few days. And it's actually warm for once. Oh, so I've got a new chair as well. Man, I've like, okay, when I haven't been around for a few months, like a bunch of new stuff obviously has happened. Worked on a bunch of new things, changed a bunch of my pipeline and whatnot, bought a bunch of things. Like, this is one of these, like, $2,000 steel... I was going to say steel series. It's not steel series, it's steel case. They're, like, the super ergonomic chairs or whatever that's designed to make, you know, keep your back straight or whatever. Because, I mean, we've got the sit-up straight routine or whatever to keep... Now I just do it because, like, I'm so comfy. Still haven't gone to the beach. It's shameful. That is shameful, Cat. How long have you been back for now?
No talking. Is that gum?
Is that gum? Is that gum? Oh, yeah. I'm glad that all of these things still work. The only thing I changed was, like, on my intro screen, like, I added some new stuff to my reel. Because I was sick of, like, seeing the same things over and over and over again. So, the 2 new projects that came out this year that I worked on like, Method Framestore years ago and have finally come about. So, how does one grow a mustache as perfect as yours? Feels okay, man. The trick, Rog, is you go into lockdown for 2 years and you don't bother shaving. Because that's pretty much what happened. At the start of the pandemic, I thought it'd be really funny. Oh, okay. Before I go back to the office, I'm going to grow out a huge beard. So when we go back in a few months' time, ha ha ha, Robbie's got a giant beard. Isn't that so funny? And then I shave it off afterwards. That never happened. 2 years later, I wasn't working at that company anymore. So did anybody actually see me in the office with my mustache? I did go in, technically, before I left, but I don't think anybody really saw me, so what can you do? Actually, it got to a point, because I had a huge, like, lumberjack beard, which I didn't want to maintain anymore. Like, I hate having a giant beard. Even having a mustache sometimes is annoying, because you get, like, eating food and drinking and stuff, like, you get 2 meals in one, because you save it for a little bit later. Yeah, the trick is longevity. I never used to be able to grow a mustache, like, this little section in the middle here would just, like, not grow over. I'd have, like, 2 separate mustaches, so I was glad with the thickness, and now I can't shave it off, because I fear I'll never be able to grow it again. I've been back since June. Yeah, well, I mean, like, middle of the year, it's not really going to be, like, beach weather, I suppose. But now it's getting to beach weather. I mean, to be fair, like, I didn't go to the beach after returning from London for 3-4 years, something like that. Because I started like swimming in London at like a pool in central Soho because I missed swimming so much. And then when I flew back, I was like, I'm going to go to the beach so much, and yeah, never did. I don't really want to swim in like St. Kilda Beach or whatever. Anyway, I'm sure we're all sick of staring at my mug. Let's swap over to Maya. Actually, I'm not really, like, it's just going to be a pretty chill stream. I'm going to go through, like, some new things I've been doing, maybe do a bit of light rigging, yeah, just kind of talk about what's been going on and everything, but, yeah, don't have any, like, specific direction in mind for what we're doing tonight, so, yeah, just chill, hang out, have some fun. I have a few, like, bald spots on my face where beard doesn't grow, and I'd like to grow at least a mustache, but then again, I'm 22 years old, so maybe the beard starts growing a little bit, growing better later. Rog, I can definitely attest to that. I think when I was, like, 22, actually, yeah, about 22, it was, like, pure neck beard, you know? Couldn't grow anything mustache-wise, couldn't get, like, thick mutton chops or anything, it was all just, like, underside. Just gotta believe in yourself, and grow old. When you're an old 33-year-old like me, this stuff just comes naturally. As well as your body starting to degrade in front of your eyes. Rehards, buddy, welcome, welcome. How are you doing, my friend? Long time no see. Ooh, I like the dinosaur emote. Gave me an instant confidence boost, yeah. If you just think, like, really hard about it, eventually, it just pops out. Trust me. What should we do? Okay, well, the first thing I gotta do is I gotta show you guys the new browser UI I've been working on. I am in, okay. Okay. What I've been doing this year. The reason I have not been streaming a lot is because I've been working a fuck ton. A metric fuck ton, I believe is the technical term for it. I've been exceptionally lucky this year that I've been getting non-stop freelance contracts, working on one specific project pretty consistently throughout the year, and then just bopping around and working on other things. So because of that, I haven't really had much free time outside of my usual life and whatnot. But the nice thing is throughout the year, because I've been working on this freelance project pretty consistently, I've been improving my rigging pipeline and rigs and everything as I go along. And I made the decision, maybe like, I'm going to say like July-ish, maybe a little bit after July, to completely rewrite my code base from scratch, which is an insane thing to do. And it's taken me months to get it all together, but it's all kind of like finally coalesced and created something really, really cool, and all of that effort is starting to pay off. And I'll sort of like talk about it throughout the stream and why I chose to do such an insane thing. It was largely to remove a lot of bloat and streamline everything, because some of my rigs I noticed were running really, really slowly, and I was like, oh, why is that? And it's basically because a lot of like junk stuff that wasn't being utilized in the rigs was sort of like, you know, slowing everything down. I've always said like the best way to increase the speed of your rigs is to focus on deformation, because deformation is where you can like save like, I don't know, like 20 FPS just by fixing orders of certain things, or you know, ordering deformation in better ways. But to get like that extra like 10 5 frames or whatever, you have to rework thousands of nodes in your characters just to streamline everything and make sure they run more efficiently. And in order to do that, I wasn't happy with the core that I had in my old pipeline, so I reworked it. It's not crazy different. It's still sort of based on a similar sort of system. But yeah, like streamlined, honestly, to make it a bit more... a bit less general, a bit more like open-ended, because that's the other thing with freelancing, like it's so open-ended, different kinds of joints, different naming conventions, obviously different animators have different preferences for how they like to work with characters, so yeah, open-endedness has been the key this year. Yeah, so boom, I'm gonna open up my new browser UI. No, I'll open up two apparently. Looks very similar to the old one. In fact, I've got the old one here as well, I think. On my old, you'll see I've got RR here, and I've got RR new. In fact, if I hop open to PyCharm as well, you see I've still got my two code bases, my old one and new one.
Words of wisdom.
Drop that 0 and get with the hero. So I haven't fully converted everything yet. I'm at the cusp, or like in the next few months, it'll probably be like get rid of the old one, and yeah, just rely on this one entirely. So it's been a slow process that I probably wouldn't recommend to everyone. I'd probably say be smarter about things to begin with, and that'll work out better. Hindsight is 2020.
Well, calls for a celebration.
Kat, are you just going through like the list and it's like, what is there out there?
I will.
Let's celebrate. Yeah. I think I added like a bunch just before I stopped streaming as well, which I can't remember what they were. Yeah, it's down to you guys to bring them all up. What was like... There's lots of Cool as Ice, lots of Simpsons.
Well, I'm an idiot.
Oh, yeah. That's just what I say in like my real life all the time.
Now you pay the Pinocchio.
And don't you lie.
I promise I will never hurt you.
Ouchie. Oh, also, I'm wearing my very cool Simpsons Troy McClure shirt. Hold on, we gotta go big screen on this one. Ooh. This is like my favorite t-shirt, which I wear all the time. And I will be buried in. I made this reference last week, the Pinocchio one. Now you'll be a good Pinocchio, and don't you lie. Ouch! That's another one that I think I added those two because I quote them a shit ton IRL. The other one, I need to add it. It's like when Homer is dressed up as Krusty, he's being like a clown or whatever, and he's entertaining the kids at the birthday party, and he sits down, and Kirk Van Houten goes, it's not 5:30 yet. Every time I sit down, or somebody sits down, I say, it's not 5:30 yet. And you have to get back up, and do. Kirk Van Houten is the greatest character. can relate to him on an emotional, on a core level. A few days ago, I got a Twitch private message from someone saying, "Excuse me, Rog1," to which I replied yes. And today I got a response, "Do you play mobile game?" What? Just somebody randomly reached out to you asking if you play mobile games? Are they trying to like honeypot you into playing Raid Shadow Legends or something like that? What's the new sort of like meme game that everybody... Oh, have you guys seen like what's been going on with the day before? That like weird survival extraction shooter that was like the most wishlisted game on Steam and has now been like... They shut down the game 4 days after release or something? I was reading about that this morning. A massive scam. Or it looks like a massive scam anyway. To my untrained eye. I'm not a lawyer. Brand new browser UI, guys. And brand new as in it, like, it's fairly similar. Main thing is, oops, oh man, every time I shift things around on my desktop, all of a sudden, all the windows that I have up go away. Now I have to re-up them for some reason. I don't understand you, Windows. Devs dipped. I'm wondering if they actually are getting the money, or if it's like money going to investors or something that they had like loans to, and they're just like, oh, okay, we have to release the game, otherwise we can get like sued into oblivion for like defrauding people or something. That's what I was reading. Yeah, I have no clue. It's also the first time anyone has messaged me on Twitch. Do you use Twitch a lot, Rog? I don't know if many people have like DM'd me on Twitch. Twitter, yes. Oh god, and Twitter's the other thing that's changed massively since the last stream. Well, when did it start changing? It was like a year ago. It's really sad. It's really sad, guys. Like, I had cultivated a really nice community of tech artists, so every time on my feed, it would just be like cool people working on cool games and films and showing off their tech and everything, and now, like, everybody is gone. It's incredibly sad. I was hoping Blue Sky would be the new thing, because, like, I love Blue Sky. It's, like, super quiet, because there's so few people on it at the moment. Like, my feed is, like, super filtered. But I think just, like, because, like, there's not established stuff on there so much, and because maybe it's invite only, it's just, like, hard to gin up support for it. Oh, Big Drecky! It's been really sad seeing the demise of Twitter happening in real time. Yeah, I can definitely agree with you on that. Like, I'm still lurking. I rarely post on it anymore. I probably should, just for the sake of, like, keeping my freelance brand alive and whatnot, and having another avenue for clients. Because, like, the job that I got, that I work on a lot now, was through Twitter. Yeah, I do like work for a company called Superseed, who are a really, really cool game outsource company. And yeah, through a recommendation of a rigging friend on Twitter, I was able to get some work there, like middle of last year, and just been doing odds and ends for them ever since. And yeah, it's just really sad that a place that had a really strong community is broken down so much. Also, welcome, Big Draggy. First time shout out. Welcome to the stream. Mostly Maya and stuff in here. We will get around to doing some rigging at some point. Maybe. I made my account 2016 and up in on and off, and I watch small streamers because I like interacting, and I often get panic attacks in the night, so I come to calm down and talk here. Well, hopefully we keep everything calm. I will not make any giant screaming noises or anything like that. Although do be aware, when there's like a few of those commands where you type exclamation something in chat and it just, those Simpsons quotes that keep popping up, that is something that may be startling. The only thing keeping me on the site is simply networking and what's left of the rigging and the games, animation industry communities. Yeah, oh god, and it's so like spread thin now as well, which is the sucky part. Like, there was a lot of cool, like, really senior riggers and pipeline guys on Twitter who have they're just, like, gone now. Like, Ryan Porter and Morgan Loomis, like, people with, like, years of experience, and it was really good, like, getting advice from them, and just, I think they're just gone. I don't see them on Blue Sky or anywhere else, which sucks. Yeah, I miss seeing those guys simply for sharing info. Yeah, it was good. It was just like, it's sort of like the, I mean, it's very roughly like the equivalent of, you know, being able to turn around in the office and say, hey, can you help me on this problem when nobody else knows what the hell you're talking about? Like, I've been going through converting Maya constraints to matrices, or like swapping them out with matrices to make rigs run faster. Spoiler alert, it does make your rigs run faster, and if you swap out enough of them, it can actually be a pretty significant increase. So, yeah, there's not a lot of info out there for matrices and things, so sort of been flying solo or just like finding whatever I can through Googling and whatnot. Oh man, guys, I am just getting through my tea tonight already. It was like piping hot before, and I'm just downing it. Yeah, new browser UI. One major difference so far. Let's, can I pull up the odd one by comparison? Just make sure, yeah. You can sort of see, like, I've got now the capacity to sort of, like, swap between different projects. So I've got a file that's for NDA. We'll stick to personal on stream, because NDA stuff, obviously, is stuff that projects I'm working on that probably shouldn't be shared on Twitch, even if they don't really reveal anything. Yeah, I just sort of reworked the systems a little bit. So for the most part, it all remains the same. The nice thing, though, now is it's contextual. As in, like, if I'm in my files, it'll be things that are relevant to, like, FBXs. If I go to skin clusters, it'll have skin cluster specific stuff. If I go into data, this one is pretty specific as well, because I've got things for, like, remember how I used to always, like, save out? I'd have to go into, like, my guide UI or whatever, type out that long address of, like, the data that I'm saving out and everything. Yeah, I've integrated it in here, so you can choose. It's like, oh, it's a control reference data file, it's a guide rig data file, and it'll just save out a JSON file through this. It's like, this was annoying to set up, or not annoying, but it took a while. Like, the main issue with, like, me avoiding doing these things was it just, you know, it was going to take a lot of time outside of my normal work to sort of get done. But I've had some time to do it recently, and yeah, it definitely helps a lot afterwards. Other thing I've done as well is maybe, what's a good character if I've been working on any of these? Not to the human biped. What's one? Are there any in here that I've actually done? These are mostly ones I'm just like porting over from my old one. Do we got anything for the bear? Building, skinning. One thing I've got as well is, you might remember I'm able to save major versions and minor versions. So you can see with these files here, right? Version 001 underscore 001. Then the next minor version is version 001 002. So I can quickly use this UI to save up a version without deleting the original file. Minor convenience, but you know, when you're saving out like a ton of files, this makes it really, really useful. The other thing is I've now, these major files are isolated within their own folders. Because one thing I was found using my old system, when you're working on a character for a long time, these lists get long and overwhelming. So each time you major version up, it'll just keep everything isolated and you just like have fewer files. Yeah, a minor little tweak. I had to rework how I save some of my files and everything, but it's really good. No worries, screaming and everything is fine. I usually get panic attacks for something that is subconscious, probably has to do with stress. By the way, I might be totally off, but I think I remember you making like a dinosaur or some 3D model. I might be completely off. I was probably doing like a T-Rex Rog at some point, like a few months ago. I think I may have like the build scene. Do I have like a guide rig file in here? Let's open this bad boy up. Yeah, this might have been like something I was working on. These are like my guide rig files. HZ. Oh, Lewis, welcome. That is Lewis, right? I'm pretty sure I remember that's Lewis's username. This is the thing, guys, as well. If I don't remember your usernames immediately, it's because it's been like 8 months and I can't remember. And yes, I got it right. How you doing, bud? Long time no see. Oh, that's nice. You talking about the browser stuff, Joe? Yeah, this is all this. This is like how I keep things streamlined and organized. Because if I go into like the build scripts for my characters, so people who are new to the stream as well, all my rigs are completely scripted out. This is something that kind of takes a little bit of time to set up initially, but the benefits are like super worth it because, you know, whether you work on a character like a week ago or like 6 months ago, and you need to, you know, somebody comes along and says, I've got a new model, I need you to quickly update it into the rig. I go, no worries, I just update my modeling file. In fact, where is it? My smart import dictionary list. In here, it's loading in the joints, and I'd probably go, I'd add in models main. It would load everything in, and yeah, it's just a really, and this is smart as well. It'll find like the latest version, load them all in, and then execute everything in order. And that's how we build these characters over and over again. Yeah, it definitely was that dinosaur. Yeah, Rog, like that dinosaur, this T-Rex, I'm not sure if I've got the model. The model I definitely did, I don't own, or I do own it, but I didn't make it, I should say. It was like purchased. This was purchased for like the first job I ever did, like first freelance job I ever did when I was maybe, I'm gonna say like 22, 23, so this is like 10 years ago. And every like few years, I sort of like update it, just because it's like, it's a pretty decent model. Topology is like pretty cool, topology is fine. It's quite well modeled and everything, so I just use it just to like see like how far along I've come. I've definitely got like an old GIF file somewhere comparing the first one I made and how rigid it was, sort of like walking around like all terribly. Yeah, it was for like, if you're from West Australia, there is a science, like a science, what do you call, like museum activity center called SciTech. They had like a dinosaur exhibition and needed a dinosaur to like pose for a few like renders that were going on some like posters or whatever. So that's what I made it for. Was it SciTech? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, the major, minor versioning stuff. Yeah, Joe, that's something I stole from my good friends at Alta VFX. I worked with them back in like 2016, and they had like little buttons up in the shelves for quickly major saving and minor saving their files. And I'm like, that's great! And I still use that kind of like system at home. Basically, my whole rigging pipeline is a combination of stolen things from all the places I've worked at, and like my own little tweaks on things. Because yeah, I mean, I guess that's how everything works, you know. How does the skinning work when you update the model? So username, the skinning can work a few ways. What would be the best way to show it? If I go into my core rig class. So this is probably going to be a little bit confusing to people who have never seen how my rigs work before. So I'll just do a quick rundown. So each of the characters I work on, they are built from a class. So basically the script is just a sequence of things, of scripts playing out in order, which I can tweak here and there based on the needs of the character. I'll probably go to my core class because this might demonstrate things. Like you can see I've got a whole overwhelming bunch of like different methods in here to do things. But generally, if I go to the bottom here, I've got this sort of like core build script, and all of these sub methods contain a bunch of things in them which I sort of instinctively know are going to do certain things. So, you know, start timer, prepare, that's going to like set up the global control and a few basic hierarchies. Importing and parenting is going to bring in the files, put them in there. Deformation rig builds things like helper joints and things, because I build my joints separately. Face rig, yada, yada, yada. So you can sort of like intuit where things sort of happen. So under this section, deformation, this is where the skinning happens. And based on the needs of the characters, I can do things in different ways. Like, I think deformation doesn't have anything by default, but I should have like a bunch of skinning things here. yeah, so you can, like, I've got a capacity to skin to joints, load in skin clusters, so this can load them in via vert order. I just save out a Maya skin file, which can be like, I think it's just a JSON file. And it's actually pretty quick as well. Like, I had my own really slow, crappy way of saving things out, and then I updated to the Maya one, and it's like way better. Yeah, so you load the latest skin clusters, you can copy skins from one character, one mesh to another. There's options to like combine and copy skin clusters, so that's something one of the newer Maya versions added, where you can have like multiple separated meshes, combine them together, and then just unify that skinning into one skin cluster. So that's really useful when you're working with like game meshes, because generally you just want to export like one mesh, not like a whole bunch of separate ones. So generally, like, I gather in the character, split up all the geometry, skin them, recombine them, and merge the skinning and things. So yeah, there's a bunch of things in here as well, like skin clusters to stack, which is like having multiple skin clusters on one character, on one character mesh. So normally you can only do one, but there are ways in Maya to force it to do two. And this is actually part of, I think, since Maya 2024 onwards now, it's got like that natively in it, which is really, really cool. Not really useful for game characters, but if you're doing something like feature animation characters, where you need to add like a bunch of tweakers to the characters, it's really good for that kind of stuff. Oh, so as well as like a bunch of other things in here, like setting max weights on characters, removing unused influences, and yada, yada, yada. Basically, I tailor it to the characters. So, you know, I might have low resolution geometry, which I copy skinning across from to a higher res one, so maybe it loads a little bit faster, things like that. Yeah. Random question. If someone was to study to be a software game developer, where do you go for a job? And are there generic examples of jobs for such a degree? It might depend where you live, Rog. Obviously, you don't have to say, but like, you know, there's different universities around the world that focus on like game dev and things like that, software, like back-end engineering and things like that as well. There's online courses like Animentor and iAnimate and things like that. I forget their names. So those are a bit more like you just do it as sort of like an online course sort of things, but they're generally good for like getting jobs immediately. The games and film industry right now is a little bit shaky. It's been a really, really crappy year for the games industry in terms of layoffs. There's been like, I think I saw an article saying there's been like 7,000 layoffs in the game industry. And because the actor strike, the writers and actors strike has been on this year, like film and TV and stuff, nothing has been being worked on. It's close. Yeah, there you go. Drek is saying it's closer to 10K. Yeah, because who laid off? There's been a few bigger layoffs recently, right? Because like a few months ago was Epic laying off like 10% of their staff or whatever. It's been mad. Awesome. It's great to know your process. Really fascinating to me as a beginner. Glad you're. I can maybe go through in a bit more detail about some skinning stuff later. Username. So hopefully that. It's just kind of like a vague overview, but I can maybe try and get into a bit more specifics later. Animation has also had a number of layoffs. I got affected by those at DreamWorks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Drekkie. Is that... Because DreamWorks got a few places. They've got like DreamWorks Shanghai and like America and different places all over, right? Was it like global layoffs? Was it specific areas? Dick Official, yeah, it's been a bit hard being in VFX at the moment. And hey, man, hope you're doing good. Welcome, Dick. I know you've been in here before, but I might forget who you are. But welcome, all the same. DreamWorks is now just down to Glendale. It has been for a number of years. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Actually, yeah, has like DreamWorks... I read an article saying like, is DreamWorks like outsourcing to other studios now? They're outsourcing animation to like, maybe not Sony, but like Reel or something. I saw an article like a few months back. I was reading it on the tram or something, on the way to PAX, I think it was, strangely enough. Yeah, they're going to start outsourcing to Sony. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, and DreamWorks has been making good movies recently, right? Like Bad Guys and Puss in Boots, like stuff that's been getting a lot of attention. It's so strange. Something like 30% of production. Crazy. Yeah, I hope there's going to be a bit of a bounce back next year. Yeah. There's I'm optimistic, hopefully, like at least with film VFX, like all, you know, Marvel and everything picking up again. Although Marvel's been doing crap this year, so who the hell knows if they're going to have a bunch of projects kind of lifting up, or they're going to try and like tighten the purse strings a little bit. Bad Guys and Puss in Boots 2 did well, but Ruby Gillman did not. Trolls 3 is doing okay right now. Dreki, like, I really wanted to see Ruby Gillman. Like, my friends and I, because, like, me and my uni friends were all, like, one of my friends, he works at Disney as a storyboard artist. My friends are, like, 2D animators, illustrators, and that. We all kind of get together when I'm in WA and watch movies and things. And, like, we were super excited for Ruby Gillman. But I don't think it, like, came out here, or it's coming out soon, or it came out like a few months ago or something. Like it definitely did not drop here in Australia the same time it dropped in the US. I think it was maybe like waiting for school holidays or something. But yeah, it looked awesome. Like the tech in it looked really cool as well. All the tentacles for the characters. Yeah. If you watch the trailer for Ruby, you basically watch the film. Oh, okay. Crap. I know it sort of had like digs at like Little Mermaid and stuff in it, right? It looked funny. I was wondering if they pulled it because the film came out in June for the US. It had something like Wish hasn't come out here in Australia, I don't think. I think it comes out like Boxing Day or something. I quit my school in business and marketing after 2 years, and I've been unemployed for like 2 years now. And I've been thinking about studying something that, oh, pardon me, is PC related. Only thing keeping me from that is I'm afraid of where I would go to work. And I'm from Finland, by the way. Welcome from Finland. Hope it's not too cold there at the moment. Yeah, like, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, I think this year has kind of proven just how unstable our line of work in, like, games, film VFX, animation and stuff really is. Because as soon as companies want to sort of, like, tighten the purse strings and, you know, save money after making big spending spree crazy decisions, like, it's always the artists who go first. And it's shit, and it needs to change. Like, I can't really recommend, like, getting into this industry if you're looking for, like, stable, consistent work. Yeah, because it's like, unfortunately, just I don't think it really exists. Unless you're, like, in sort of like a what do you call it, like a salary position where you're not a freelancer, a contractor, or whatnot. I was on the TV side, and they just haven't been able to sell any shows, leaving no work for us. Ah, that sucks, man. Yeah, it was there's like a Bad Guys TV show or something, right? I think I've seen that advertised on Netflix. Boy in the Heron was rad, yeah. I think I'm going to be seeing that in WA Cat, hopefully, with my crew. And I know where they can save some cash. It's the executives' insane salaries. Yeah, you know, strange that, right? All these people making the stupid ideas of, like, investing in metaverse crap, you know? NFTs, all that good stuff. Somehow they're all still employed. Weird that. Oh. Southeast Asia indie devs are growing, and some big outsourcing companies are opening studios around this region as well. That's good. I can't help but think big film studios laying off because they are planning to invest in other places with lower cost currency. Yeah, Lewis, that's definitely been... Oh, definitely. I wouldn't say definitely been my experience, but I definitely know some, let's say, larger film companies who are pulling away a lot of resources from places like Canada, London, and putting it over to... Southeast Asia, which is a really good opportunity for those artists, but obviously those artists will not be getting compensated fairly with like the sort of like same equivalent salaries as London or Canada or whatever. Honestly, I don't think like people in London probably aren't getting compensated the right salary compared to Canada and stuff, you know. London salaries are crap, which is why I think they're struggling to find and bring talent over at the moment. They just released the Bad Guys holiday special on Netflix. Man, I need to watch the Bad Guys as well. I haven't seen it yet, which is like a terrible thing to say because it looks fantastic. I've just had no time. I've had no time to like watch and play things this year. Like I started playing Tears of the Kingdom. I was loving it. I was playing it like every night. I was like, Robbie, you have to take yourself away from the computer, sit on your couch and play this game. And then I decided to rework my entire pipeline, and that took me away from it, and I haven't played it since, so derp. Also just announced Jurassic World Chaos Theory. Oh, is that like that 3D animated series? Apparently that's got quite a big fan base, right? Word of Mouth was the studio in Southeast Asia could take 5 times as long to do the same work we could and still be cheaper than us. And yeah, I just wish I could earn foreign money without leaving my country. That would be best. Is that not possible? Lewis, would you be able to do like freelance work or anything? There are definitely like, my eyes have sort of been open to like a bunch of different outsourced studios for like games and things around the world. But yeah, like I know they're not always hiring, or they're looking for very specific sort of like, very specific hires at very specific points in time. Like when I originally started working for Superseed last year, they only had like a little bit of work for me here and there. And then this year, there was a lot more to get done. So that's the thing with freelance, like when it rains, it pours, but there have been like big droughts for me where nothing has come in. So, you know, it's like ups and downs. Chaos Theory is indeed a CG animated show, like other one on Netflix. Yeah, and hasn't they've like, there's a Jurassic Park survival game or something coming out as well. Like I love dinosaurs, I love Jurassic Park, but I just hate what the franchise has become, unfortunately. Although from what I hear, like the Chaos, Camp Cretaceous or whatever, Chaos Theory stuff is pretty good. Freelance is the way to go. I can't, I love freelance. Freelance is really good for like how I like to work. Lewis, it's definitely not for everyone. I think if you're able to sort of like if you sort of like get a nice like cluster of consistent core clients, it's really, really good. But getting to that point can sort of be tricky sometimes. That was so nice. But I would need to talk to people. Yeah. What was I doing? Let's go back to Maya. What I can maybe do as well, we won't do Dino Guy. Actually, I can show a little bit off of like, I mean, nobody's probably going to be able to see this, but this is my new improved guide rig system as well, which is basically the same as the system I was using before, but it's cleaner. It's got way fewer controls on everything, just to streamline everything. All of the attributes that I use to change stuff around now on like this control at the very base of each joint chain. So my guide rig system, for those who don't know, I have a system of controls that I use to lay out joints and reshape them into different poses, which I don't think there's any on this character, but I can maybe show you another. So for like every chain, I've got a core module which I can manipulate to sort of do things. So I've like with these arms, you know, they sort of behave in a sort of like an arm-like fashion, so I can easily lay things out and, you know, pose it for an A pose or a T pose. With the likes of these necks, they're based on curves, so I can move them around and like reposition joints based on an underlying curve rather than moving them one by one. Same thing with like the tail. You can see we've got fewer controls, but I can still like drag things around and like put them into different places. Because when you sort of want to create characters in mass, you definitely need a system like this to sort of just churn through the joints quicker. Or at least I need a system like this. I can't stand doing it without. Let's see, do I have... Let's go into my human biped. I can load that into there. So let's see, if I just run this script, this will run through and build up my human biped guide rig. I think it's improved the speeds of build as well, just because, again, removing bloat speeds everything up, not only like your scene files, but also opening and building them. This is still feeling... Oh, it's because this one's got all the different fingers and everything. So you can see here it's built all these guides for all of these different independent sections, and I've also got the capacity to like move them around and T-pose the character, so that I can extract both the A and the T pose. So in the A pose I can skin that up, and when I want to rig the character I put it into the T pose and, you know, do things based on that. And I've also got in my new shelf, is this loading up? Oh no, it's this one. Guide Joints UI, where I can save out the data. I can do a bunch of stuff with the controls, a bunch of stuff with the joints, constrain things, turn on the plane visibility of everything, you know, if that I want to see. Yeah, I spent a lot of time like building up some new UI elements to centralize everything and make it easy for me to use. That was probably something I talked about in previous streams about doing. Finally got around to doing it, everyone. Sorry, I've missed chat a little bit. I thought I found a few, but then they found another small team that provides more services in one transaction, like model plus rig plus animation. Ah, right, yeah, like sort of like a whole package sort of thing. I know there's a few out there as well. I think there's a few like online rigging. Is it like, oh, what's the name? Animprops or something? Rigit.net. I know there's a few companies that sort of do like everything. I think they're like European based. Well, it was nice tuning in for a bit, but I have to bounce given it's 2 a.m. Drekkie, thank you so much for hanging around, my friend. Hope next year is better for you. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you in the stream next time. Maybe at a nicer hour. You're also not wrong, but this is quite a complex topic to talk about because it involves geographic economy. Yeah, exactly. Like there's a whole bunch of things at play. For beginning with me with no programming experience, would you recommend learning Python independently or directly in Maya for rigging? Good question, username. Do you have any experience with Mel, like Maya embedded language? Or are you going like straight to Python? Not really. Generally what I'd say, if you're very new to everything, I'd probably say start with Mel, at least a little bit, just to sort of familiarize yourself with everything. Like, I'm sure you probably know this, but like, you know, when you do anything in Maya, like if I create like a polygon sphere, it's going to echo that command in the script editor. So you can sort of like reverse engineer what you do in the program just by sort of like doing things in Maya and seeing what happens in the script editor and sort of like building your own scripts based on that. Like Python is really, really good and it's way better than Mel. But it's like maybe just immediately going sort of like skipping the Mel step might be a little bit complex, convoluted. Yeah, I definitely say like Python is the end game for how you're working in Maya. And then like beyond that, it's like you can do, C++ for Maya API and things like that. But you can also use Python for that as well. Like I don't know shit all about making unique deformers and things using C++. So generally I try and just keep my rigs as vanilla Maya as possible. So I just focus on like what's within the sort of like the Python commands and everything. Yeah, I've got I think Lewis did it before. What is it? Resources? Yeah, if you type !resources in chat, it comes up with some things here. So I've got links to a few different tutorial sites. So Rigging Dojo is sort of like really great for general rigging tutorials. They offer a bunch of courses and are really good. Chris Zerbig's Patreon, I really, really recommend because he's got a bunch of like tutorials on Maya API stuff, Python stuff, building tools and everything. That's actually how I learned to do in my guide stuff. This is how I learned to create these like condensable things. So yeah, even like I subscribe to his Patreon. I've been paying him every month for like 2 years now. It's great just to have in the background to utilize. Also in the past, I've recommended Dhruv Goville's Python course on Udemy, which I think is generally fairly cheap. That's how I originally learned Python. like I was very much a Mel person. I learned that at my first rigging job at Alt VFX, and then when I when I moved to London to work at MPC, their entire pipeline was Mel based as well. So I was in Mel for a while before sort of learning Python in my spare time, and I used Druv's Python course to do that. So I recommend it based on that. I think he used to be a Sony. I think he used to be at Sony or something, but he might be. I think he's maybe in software now or somewhere. I'm not too sure. But yeah, really, really handy stuff. And yeah, the other one there is Melinda Ozel, who's like a facial action coding system expert who has a bunch of cool things for face rigging and sculpting and whatnot. So yeah, those are the ones I recommend. If you're sort of looking to get into that. I don't know if there's any Mel tutorials out there specifically, but like just you can find all this stuff on YouTube these days. It's crazy the amount of stuff you can get for free. And then what was I gonna do with this? I think was I just gonna see what happens when I build the character? I think, what do I have? So this is the biped character that I was working on. I was gonna kind of like chip away at her in the background because she's sort of like my core base character that I sort of test on. Because I think joints, we're importing models. Like if I get rid of that, and let's pull in under humans, human biped, let's go to the files, find the joints, let's import those in. So you can see I've like extracted these joints from that guide rig system before, and I believe actually if I go to poses here, I can select that joint, and you can see I've got metadata stored on this character, which indicates it's got an A pose and a T pose, and then I can set that T pose. You know, this just sort of like shows what's going to happen with the character. So we got that, and oh yeah, so that's the transfer mesh. This is like a character I got from the scan store, I believe, yeah. So I'm probably not going to skin them, but it's good to know that I've got this stuff in there. Actually, I was maybe going to set up some face rig stuff, because I don't think I've got a centralized human face rig thing that's not NDA'd anyway. I have been working on a lot of, well, not a lot of, but a fair few sort of like bespoke face rigs this year. Joint-based ones. And I've like, over the course of the year, the amount of joints that I've used in my face rigs has like shrunk exponentially. It's actually kind of crazy how much you can get out of a face rig with like very few joints, like 3 or 4 for the eyebrows on each side, you know, maybe 3 top, 3 bottom for the lids and the folds, and then yeah, we could maybe do something like that. Gotta head out. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping by, Joe. If I don't talk to you before the new year, have good holidays. Catch you soon. In fact, what I may do, because I am out of tea and I need to hydrate, I might quickly pop over to the BRB screen, run some ads, because I think I still have the capacity to do that. Maybe, yeah, just run like 60-second ads while I'm away. And yeah, I'll be back with fresh tea, ready to maybe jump into this character in a little bit. Be back in a second, folks. And we're back. I have got more tea. Although, so I've got a pu'er tea from the was it Yunnan province? I think in China, maybe Fujian. No, it's Yunnan. It's normally a black tea, but I've been drinking it all day, so it's like lost all of its juice, and this is very like very light at the moment. I'll swap to beer. That might be a good way to go later in the stream. Tea can only get me so far. What's the current songs we've got on? I might change it over. No, it's okay for the moment. That's right. By lesser joints, do you mean more blend shapes? Not necessarily username. You can actually get away with quite a lot in a face rig. Oh, actually, I am going to change the music because I hate this song. I knew instinctively, like, I haven't played this music in a while as well. What else do I have? Keats Collective. There we go. Sorry, back to the question at hand. So blend shapes, my understanding, can be a little bit intensive in game engine sometimes. This is what I've been told. I haven't actually profiled this myself. So when possible, I feel most people prefer to opt for joints over blend shapes because they can be more performant. But then when you get to I think for example, Unreal's Epic's metahumans, they're a combination of both skinning and blend shapes. So sort of skinning to get most of the way there, and then the blend shapes are sort of used to correct poses and everything. It's a complex system that's probably automated through their scanning technology and whatnot, because they acquired a company called 3 Lateral quite a few years ago, which sort of specialized in all this stuff. So they probably have a really good way of just scanning a person, and just running a few certain core key scripts, and it'll extract a bunch of things, and then you get some artists to probably clean it up and polish it and everything. So when you're sort of focused on more I guess photoreal characters, blend shapes are probably the way to go. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but that's probably the way to get the most detail out of the characters. At least detail that's more finitely controllable, unless you go into really strong or really sort of complex joint detail. But joints are really good for cartoonish characters or maybe more stylized characters. Yeah, it just sort of depends on the needs of the project, the needs of the character, and also just time frame and things like that as well. One thing I used to do with my rigs was with eyelids, I put a curve along the sort of like the seals, the folds of the eye. And along that curve, I'd have a collection of joints, sort of like a chain of them, top and bottom, which would then like close. So this is a system I used when I was working in film, because we needed that like level of fidelity and detail for these blink shapes. And then when I got into games, especially for a stylized character, way overkill. Looked like shit, didn't work, way too many joints, nightmare to skin up. So I said, give me like a week, let me rework this system, make it better. And I went from like, 20 joints down to, I think, like 6. And got basically the same sort of look, only better. And it had more specific control for the animators because I was focusing on the core needs, what was actually required, and what was sort of like the easiest, most straightforward way to get it. So what's that old saying? Like less is more sometimes? Like it can be very, very true sometimes. Sometimes you just got to focus on just like one joint, one control, and that's the best option. Don't need to overcomplicate everything. Yeah, I might be able to show off some of that like joint creation if we look at this face. Real nice. Yeah, in games, that's the best for sure. Yeah, especially for things like mobile games or, games that are going to be more multi-platform, I suppose. Like, just talking to some people about, like, game rigs earlier in the year, they were talking, like, for a character, for something like a max of 70 joints in the character and 3 max influences. That's, like, to get the most... performance out of the character that's maybe going to be on screen with a bunch of other stuff or whatever, because coming from film, I've never had to worry about like joint count or max amount of influences in the characters. That's something I had to learn with games, and it's sort of it's a cool little additional challenge sometimes just to get everything you need working within this sort of like within this certain scope. Been stuck in meetings all morning. Oh, so same old, Rihaz. Is that what you're saying? How's work been this year? It's been good. Let's see. Do I have? I think I should have some face stuff in here. It might be based on like another old character. Yeah, let's maybe move some of these things around. Although, do I have the capacity to easily... Maybe a little bit. It's been tough. Is it because of sort of the state of the industry this year? It's been tough. Actually, wait, this would be a good character to try out my joint stuff on, because I don't know. This one's a bit more detailed. I'm wondering if stuff will actually work as well. Let's build. What do I want? Curve tools? No, it is... Do I have it? No, it is toggle? No. Model, convert edge to curve. There, that's where I put it. It's been tough. We went through layoffs. I was the only artist left on the team. Finally picked up speed again there. Finally picking up speed again there. At least personal stuff is going in a better direction. That's good in that regard. Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people just how rough this year's been. It's been exceptionally grim. I've had a lot of friends, like in film as well, who've lost their jobs or are just sort of like idling at the moment because there's just nothing to do. From what I understand, it sounds like early next year is going to be better, or that's when they expect things to sort of like pick up. But yeah, who knows? It's just like weathering the storm at the moment. But I'm glad you were able to keep working at least, man. That's a good sign. Hopefully. Oh yeah, these are not really well optimized. I might have to simplify these. At least they match up. Is this all your work I'm seeing? Like the model? No, Rog. The model was... I paid for this over on the scan store? 3D scan store, I think it's called. I just needed like a generic human to sort of like work from as a starting point for doing various tests. Just because me modeling something from scratch would take too long. So I think I maybe spent a couple of $100 on this female mesh, and I've also got a male one. But the male one's like face eyelids, like the folds suck. So I use the, I like using this one in place of that. These are named lid A fold. Actually, do I have in the transfer mesh? Let's reference that in. Do we have like a low res one? Ooh, that might be. Oh boy, the eye is looking a bit bulbous. Yeah, this might be a bit too low res. But do I really care about the resolution for the time? Probably not, actually. During that time, I got to know news I can share now that's really has turned things around for the better. Right at that time, my girlfriend got to know we're going to be parents next year. Oh, fantastic news, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. Oh, there you go. So as do you know what month? Or is that it's been a ride, I can imagine. Ups and downs. Jeez. April. Oh, so not, I mean, not too far away. What's that, like 4 months? 4 months now? Yeah, congratulations, man. That's awesome. Alright, I'm gonna slice this head off. Am I gonna slice this head off? Yeah, I'll slice it off. This is gonna be a bit faster. I think what I might do is just do a quick rough layout of all of the face stuff and not really worry about extra fine detail for the time being, just so I can get a version up and running. It's generally how I like to work, is I'll do a really rough pass of everything, just get the character building first, and then worry about fidelity and refining afterwards. Yeah, time is going real quick when you start counting. That plus when you get older, like time just flies by in a blink of an eye. Like I can't believe it's nearly Christmas again. It's been an insane year. I think probably just because I've been so focused on a bunch of different projects, like it's just flown by for me. I think it's flying by for everyone. I see, I just went to make some, well, I don't know if you guys drink it, but it's called Glog, so I missed. I am Glog. Is that a Finnish drink, Rog? I do not believe I've heard of that one before. I've heard of one called like Grog. I think that was on sale at PAX here. It was like some beer or something. Let's get rid of that. Top fold. Slid. Oh wait, no, I haven't even done these in order, have I? Damn it. That's fold, that's lid top. That's lid bot. it as... delete all those. Let's delete those. Yeah, it is. The original one is like made from wine and some spices. Ooh, but I'm drinking with juice instead of wine. So it's sort of like a mulled wine, but what do you call it? A virgin mulled wine where it's alcohol free. Man, a mulled wine wouldn't be too bad. But right now it is currently 28 degrees. So what's that in Fahrenheit again? Around about like 85 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that. It's warm here in Australia. Hi, Stephen. Welcome, my friend. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What you been up to? It's always a good time to walk in when I've like got a beheaded person on top of a skeleton, buddy. Ooh, scale. Oops. Not scaling right. Non-object scale baked into components. Because it's in world, isn't it? Yeah, that'll be why. Yeah, okay, not getting an error now. That's good. Scale X. Oh, actually, what I need to do is make sure these are all going the right way. Because what we want the 0... yes, we want the 0 control points to be on the inner part. That is all good. So you can always tell when the little U shape is over in that direction. It means it's that's the start of the curve. Damn, dude, it's negative 6 degrees here. I've been scooping snow every day. I do enjoy, like... I enjoyed the novelty of like a snow-filled Christmas when I lived in London, but man, like nothing beats warm Christmas. It's just nostalgic for me living in Australia, you know. Drinks, you know, beers around the pool, Christmas Day. Oh, it's too good. Not being a menace. Well, that's good. It doesn't hurt to be a little bit of a menace now and then. There was a whole character who was called a menace. That was his entire personality. I believe his name was Dennis. I guess so, yeah, and you drink it hot. It's like a Christmas thing. It could be a Finnish thing now that I think of it. Well, I've got to go. My friend asked for Lethal Company. Oh, enjoy! I've heard good things about that game. Thank you for stopping by, Rog. Hope to see you again in another stream in the future. More motivation for me to stream more in the future. Okay, those are all good. Let's do a flippity flip. And we'll do a rename on these ones. Get rid of those. Actually, what I should be saving this as well, because we don't want Maya to crash and for me to lose everything. What do I want to save this as? Let's make a new subdirectory. Guides face. And we can save a Maya file. That's saving underneath that. And this one is going to be rough placement of face guides. Ooh, one new thing as well, folks, with the my new browser UI, or my updated browser UI, I have more information around my files, because before it was just the comment. But I also have information about the up axis and the FPS, because I have not just been working in Y up, I've been working in Z up on a few projects. Because with games, I know it sort of varies based on the animator. Some animators, you know, even if it's going to a game engine, would prefer like Y up in Maya and just convert it when it's going over. Others will prefer to have like a 1-to-1, so whatever it looks like in Maya, that's what it's going to look like in Unreal. So we need to do everything with Z up. So I've got the capacity to like toggle between them easy. That's also why I've got Y up and Z up here on my shelf now. I have to consider moving to Australia. You should definitely experience at least one hot Christmas, I reckon. One warm holiday. What are you working on tonight? So, Stephen, it's a little bit of a chill stream tonight. Nothing, like, too particular. Just because it's been so long, just kind of catching up with everyone, discussing what's been going on for the last few months. But what I'm currently doing is we have a sort of like my generic human biped character. I'm just wanting to fill them out a little bit with some face stuff. You can sort of see I got some like some different layout stuff from another character that I'm sort of porting it over onto this one. It'll be sort of like rough and generic for the time being, just so I can get everything set up and we can get like very basic face layout going on. So yeah, nothing too crazy, nothing too strenuous, but might be able to show off my sort of like limited joint face rig that I've been perfecting over the year. I've gone to Thailand during New Year's. That was bomb. Thailand? Oh yeah, that would be good. I imagine like the celebrations there would be crazy. Do you get like those? Is it Thailand where you, like you're on the beach with the giant buckets filled with booze and you just have like straws to share with people? I think I've had friends sort of go up that way for holidays and say like it just can't be beat. So we need a brow. I think we'll probably do the brow. Maybe yar to yar. Or a little bit higher. No, that's definitely where it is. Convert that. Let's get rid of this. Scale that across. That sounds cool. I was 10 at the time, so I was just hanging around the pool. Was very nice. See, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. You could have like gotten a bucket of Coca-Cola or something like that. That would have been the way. Robbie, are you free Crimbus Eve? I'm going to do a Crimbus picnic. I maybe during the day, Cat. Generally, my folks have a bunch of family or like family friends around Christmas Eve, which I will have to go to. Potentially, if there's something during the day, might be able to. That's Loic, right? Miriam, I remember that. I'm slowly remembering everybody's usernames. I'm pretty sure that's Loic, right? Welcome, welcome, my friend. How are you? How's life in the UK going? Do these still work? Oh, they do. Yep. There you go. Wouldn't have it any other way, my friend. Basically, the stream as I left it, like I haven't touched it in a while. I really need to like go through and like sort things out. Still making faces, go burr. Well, I was just talking faces actually. I've gone through and I've like completely overhauled and refined my joint base face rigs this year. It's way better than what the sort of like position I left them in last year. Simplified a ton, better joint placement, better interactivity between everything. Whoa, whoa, slow down, egghead.
Now, boys and girls.
Who knows what this is? Triangle. Do I have, does this, yeah, they do have a tongue. Let's go solid-wise. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Octagon. No, this goddamn song. I've been watching Star Trek with my partner, and because she loves Star Trek. I've never watched it in my life, but been watching through like a bunch of the what is it, like Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager, those ones, and like the characters, they say sensors. I don't know why. Apparently it's because like Leonard Nimoy used to say it as sensors or something, so a few other characters say it that way as like reference to him or whatever. But that's like, instead of octagon, it's octagon. Sensors. So now anytime a character in that show says sensors, I'm like, no, it's sensors. Need new Star Trek command. I should actually. Oh, this inner mouth is crazy detailed. What is going on? Is this all one mesh? Yeah. Delete, delete. Just want to see the tongue. Don't clip that. I like the tongue, baby. There's a good Simpsons like joke where it's like Krusty's in bed with a giant shoe and he's like, "Come here, baby, give me some lovin', no tongue." That's what I think of. Tongue, here we go. Truly a quote for everything. Dude, I can like, there's always a way of winding everything back to The Simpsons. It's just how my brain functions. Let's get to the tongue. By the way, for those who don't know exactly what I'm doing right now, the way I build my face rigs is I have a bunch of guides which I construct things from.
Okay, Millhouse, you know,
You know
the
the
drill.
drill.
Right.
You
go
go
over
and
and
wow them. I hide in the shrubs. Do I? I don't have like one of Homer going back into the bushes, do I? Let's get in a quick 9 at the pitch and putt. I can't. It's a Geo. Guess he didn't see me. Yes, with the guides, so I'm laying out a bunch of curves, so along these I can place a bunch of joints for the eyebrows, the eyelids, tongue, yada yada. But I'll also be positioning a bunch of transforms as well. I just use these as a visual representation of where joints are going to build, as well as a string to sort of pull from to match and build to. So these are sort of like, in addition to that like guide joint rig that I was showing off before, these are like another offshoot of that kind of thing. A bit more simplified, doesn't need to be as complex. Complex in a different way, I suppose. Let's see, I'm gonna do lips. Nope, that's a tongue. Do 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 do. Oh. What's the weather like now? It's 28 degrees still. I keep like turning on my aircon. On and off. Then it gets freezing. And I turn it off. Then I get too hot, so I turn it back on. Make up your mind. No, I don't want to edit joints. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's check. So for the lips, we make sure that the 0 CV starts on this side. Yeah, it's for both of them. Fantastic. Man, this low-res face is scaring me. Looks like someone's like a face mask, you know? Looks like Silence of the Lambs. We don't care. Let's keep this saved. It looks like the lift-off mannequin. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Oh, so what the hell happened with toucans not existing anymore? Toucan's the icy pole, not the bird. Toucans the bird still exist, people outside of like Australia and West Australia. Toucans used to be my favorite like icy pole ice cream when I was a kid. Oh, actually, Frosty Fruits. Frosty Fruits still exist, but yeah, toucans. Oh man. Clem was trying to gaslight me. Clem should know. He's like my age, right? Yeah, close up. Yeah, exactly. He should know. He should remember. Yeah, for those not in the know, there was a really good, sort of like, I'm not sure if, I mean, you get those like icy poles, we call them icy poles in Australia, like ice creams or whatever, that are sort of like frozen syrup, frozen juice or whatever, and you like, they've got two poles, you split them in half and you can sort of eat them one by one. Cat. Okay, I gotta go do some grimy Apex, so we shall return later. We'll see ya in the future, Cat. Good luck with your game. GG no re, no rush 20 minutes, etc, etc. Nobody plays RTS anymore. Nobody doesn't do no rushes for 20 minutes anymore. Although there's like, what's that game? Like Frost Giant Studios working on or something? Stormgate, which is like a new RTS that's like ex-StarCraft, ex-Warcraft 3 people. I'm one of those people who doesn't know Warcraft from World of Warcraft. I'm like Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 kind of guy. Yeah, Stormgate, I'm glad Stormgate exists, but I'm really not vibing with like the visual style. Just like, I don't know, it's something about it's not working for me. Like weird mix of like demons and Marines. I don't know, like, because like I was thinking about this actually the other day. It's like 40k is like demons and Marines, and the visual style I love, Warhammer 40k. But like for some reason with Stormgate, I'm not meshing with the style. I don't know why. I want to mesh with the style, but yeah. Oh, good thing I didn't delete this inner mouth because I need to place the teeth. That's the lips. Alright, we got the jaw. Pull these ones. So we need these to be. Not 90. Let's do about 95. Yeah, that's about right. Enjoy your meeting, Rehards. I saw that Tempest Rising RTS looks inspired by Command & Conquer that looked pretty cool. That one I do vibe with, Steven, I must say. It sort of feels like Tiberian Sun? That was the second one, right? Tiberian Sun? Tiberium Sun? Tiberian? The only thing I don't vibe with is the resource. Like Tiberium in Command & Conquer, green crystal, like super iconic. And in Tempest Rising, it's like plants. It's like vines, red vines. I don't know, am I just a snob? I'm like elitist about these concepts, these designs for all these games, these RTS games that I want to love. Alright, we got the teeth. Ooh, eyes. Oh yeah, because this is the lady with the crazy eyes. Well, and by crazy eyes, I mean she doesn't have a full, like, proper eye. which is something I normally fix. Is that in like the high-res rig? The high-res model? Nope. See, this is the thing with the models I set up as well. Like, this is a character I've worked with for like 2 or 3 years or something. And there's been different iterations of the models I've saved out under different names and things, and I just can't remember the versions where it's like, oh, this is the one where the eyes are correct. This is the version where she's not like leaning back too much because I corrected it or something. Actually, is she leaning back? This might be a version where she's leaning back. It is the leaning back version. Oh, is it the leaning back version? There's like some version where I feel like she's like really far backwards. Doesn't really feel like stable on her feet. Is that like... I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Might be seeing things. Okay. So in that case, let's hide these again. So the way I set up my eyes is we can select these, we can create a locator at the selection, so we can quickly define points in space, and then I'm just going to grab this locator, duplicate it, and move it up. Then what is the selection order? Target base up. So target base up. We can aim. Cool, and now that's aimed there. So, is that? Yeah, it's aiming forward as well. So let's match that. Let's do 1.4. Yeah, what's everyone been playing this year? I was mentioning earlier that I played a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom. Which I really liked, but yeah, like, just working got in the way, and I haven't been able to get back to. Jet Set Radio? Like the original Jet Set Radio? Not, the one that's like, you can get it on Steam and stuff, right? Jet Set, JSR, Groove Me, Jet Set Radio. Actually, what have I got? There we go. We'll put on the Jet Set Radio Future soundtrack. I might get flagged for this, but whatever. I played a lot of Jet Set Radio Future when I was young, like, because it came out in the Xbox, and I had an Xbox when I was good. Never really played Jet Set Radio that much. I got it on Steam, but it was like, it lacked certain features that Radio Future had, so... did you play, was it Bum Rush Cyberfunk or whatever? Yeah, I saw that at the Game Awards, and I was like, what? And it looks cool, the visual style looks good. Yeah, they seem to be expanding on the style where Bum Rush Cyberfunk sort of like kind of captured the essence of that original style. I need to play that, actually. I need to play it. Butterfly. Let's do these. Let's scale them to the other side. Target base up. I feel my main problem at the moment is because I spend all my day at home on my computer. At the end of the day, I never want to play anything on my computer. So it's either like Switch games, or maybe I need to get like a handheld, like what is it? No, not a Steam Deck, because you can't get them here in Australia. Like a ROG Ally or something? Match smash those. What was I doing? It was 1.4. Yep. Floating like a fly, like a butterfly. Ooh, okay, now we're into specific stuff. Nose ref. Nose wing. Get rid of that. How do I want to do the nose? Pointing up. And let's do 110. Maybe about there. We can always move these positions around a little bit later. Let's get the wing for the nose. About here. It's probably good. Let's zero that out, and so we can just copy them across. Let's match that, and let's -1 to put onto the other side. Doesn't PlayStation have portable device as well? I think they are trying to compete with the Steam Deck. It's called the PlayStation Portal Remote. Yeah, so with that one, Stephen, I think it's a streaming device, and I think you may need to have a PlayStation to use it. It's basically just a way of it's like a little handheldy sort of controller with a screen that's cheaper, but it's cheaper because it doesn't have any a lot of hardware. It's basically just streaming the games. So there's a bit of input lag and things like that. So it's if I was gonna buy something like that, I may go for an actual separate device. Because the nice thing about the ROGs, the ROG Allies, is they are computers. They're like Windows 11 computers. So theoretically, you can connect keyboards and screens and mice to them if you were going remote somewhere, and could use them as a little mini workstation or whatever. I was oh, that could be useful. Or do I want to get a Razer Blade or whatever, the really thin, expensive laptops or whatever. Or I get both, because I'm a psycho. Let's get rid of these. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. Understand. Huh. This song just makes me want to go rollerblading. Ooh, how do I mirror these normally? I want to go rollerblading, but backwards. I've heard in Bomb Rush Cyberpunk as well, you're not limited to rollerblades. I think they've got bikes and scooters and things like that in that game as well, which is cool. They gotta expand the base. It'll keep all my friends who skateboard happy. Parkour as well. Oh shit. Man, I gotta play this game. I think probably what I'll be playing over the Christmas break is I'll bring my Switch with me as I fly and just play the new Pokemon DLC. This time last year I was playing Scarlet. So I need to I got the DLC when I was in I was over in WA in September. And I was playing it. The first pass, the first part DLC, which I never finished. So I should probably finish that before I leave. Oh, we got one for the fold. Where does it go for the fold? I think this is positioned there. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to remember what these references mean, because it's been a while since I've looked at the face. Yeah, it's been a while. I might just do a quick layout of everything, and we just sort of like... Yeah. Do I have anything to quickly mirror? No. How was I doing these in the past? Organized. Come on, mouse. Thank you. There's even combat. Oh, wow. Oh, man, they've really expanded on the game. If that's, well, the game loop, you know, the Jet Set game loop. There's just, oh, man, I got a backlog of games I need to play. Damn it. Yeah, what was, what's their face? Rog was talking about, Lethal Company? I've heard good things about that game. Well, that's like the game that everybody's playing, right? New indie game everyone's playing. Grabs one floor. That's a quick way to... This goes to... Oh, man. How can I quickly swap these without really caring too much? Is it 4-player co-op? Yeah, I think it is. It's definitely multiplayer. If anybody in the chat knows more about Lethal Company. We got any Zoomers in the chat? I'm assuming probably not. But if they are here, let us know. What do you do in Lethal Company? I can floss. I've got Riz. I can hit the gritty, as the kids say. I don't know if that's what the kids say. I don't know if what I'm talking about is even a thing. Riz I definitely know. Riz is charisma. And that's the only thing I know. And I will say it to my my Zoomer friends to death. They love it. They say, Robbie, you're so cool. You're just like one of us. And then everybody claps. Ah. Why did I not duplicate these guys? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Okay, hold on. We gotta do this. It's the easiest way. Do that. It's blue up. Yeah, okay, that's good. Good, good, good. Do. Do a Riz dice roll. Oh, has everyone played Baldur's Gate 3? That's another one I have to play. But I have... See, that's the thing these days. Baldur's Gate is a, what, like 100-hour experience or something like that? I ain't got time for that shit. Oh, it's such an investment of time. I think I need to favor like short games, you know. I might go back to some, hopefully not copyrighted music. I've heard it's very, very good though, Stephen. Is that correct, would you say? It's basically like D&D the game, therefore it's going to be like great. If you enjoy D&D, chances are you're going to enjoy Baldur's Gate, right? Nose. Fake Pivot, welcome. Fake Pivot, I recognize your username, but you'll have to remind me who you are, because it's been, as you say, a long time. I think I've got everything set up now with this. Save. Okay, with this, I think I can get rid. Move that reference. Get rid of those. Scary eyes. Oh, actually, I need to. Damn. Bring it all back. Because I've got the reference surface, which I use to this to lay out all the controls really quickly. I'm really bad at Baldur's Gate 3. I'm surprised I got as far as I did, but the third act is so frustrating. Did you, like, not optimize your character build or something? I mean, there's some people who just, like, min-max the shit out of their characters. That kind of, like, takes the fun out of the game sometimes as well. I mean, no shade to, like, people who enjoy that kind of stuff. If they enjoy it, that's the main thing. But sometimes, like, the first time I ever played D&D, I was an Aarakocra Bard. I was, like, so flimsy, and I didn't realize, like, the first time I ran into battle, I was gonna, like, die immediately, so... you know, sometimes you enjoy those stupid moments. Gotta revel in it. Let's scale a bit higher, actually. Let's just make sure, get rid of unused nodes. Cool, so we got a rough face layout here. So with that, let's do face. We got the ported over one, so we can just minor version this up. And this is going to be rough to human. One thing I need to test as well is scapulas. Ah, Mish, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Mish, isn't it incredibly early in the morning for you? We had someone who was over in the US who was like saying it's 2 a.m. Super late for you. Okay, well, thank you for joining, and I do hope you get some sleep. And I hope things have been going well. Are you still studying at the moment, Mish? So we got the models. And that is guides, face. Some other things we will probably need. What do we got in here? Save. Do I have scapulars? I do have scapulars. Fantastic. Oh, I've got jaws and stuff in here. Get rid of them. Ooh, actually, yeah, I do need to get rid of them. Just in case there's a name overrights. Deleted. Jaw and face stuff. Face stuff moved to separate file. There we go. I'm going into my last semester from January to April. Oh, so very nearly done. How are you finding everything at the moment? Still a strong rigging focus, or doing different stuff? Guides face. Ooh, so I need to go. Let's do references. References? Yes. Okay, so record actually. Let's just grab the build from record just so I can do some tests with everything. Just so we can make sure everything is importing correctly. Let's do that. Bing, bang, boom. Fantastic. So we got the model. That's coming in good. Ooh, but I'm not defining it, so we'll have to add that. Oh yeah, all of these are coming in, scapular and everything. Let's, ooh, yeah, let's set up scapulars. I've got twist joints, yes, but I don't have scaps. God, how do I do them again? It's been a while. It's going well. I've been modeling lately. I need to text you my current project and then rig it. I think your squilt rig is your best one, Mish. Oh, that's right. That was one of the last. That's probably one of the last things that was in like the Discord show off section or something, right? It's been a while since the Discord has seen some use. I think recently. Is it an interesting character, Mish? Something fun to rig, or you reckon it's going to be complicated? Bit of a challenge. I think I've got a way. If I go into my brand new guide rigs, who have I done a scapula for? Have I done a scapula on anyone? Did I do it on the bear? Let's go into personal templates, mammals, bear, ein Bär. Nope. Don't think I've got anything I can steal it from. Damn, I'm gonna have to remember. I'm currently working on an elephant with wings. Damn, that is unique. Elephants are tricky. Elephants, trunks can be, now be a nice little interesting challenge. Are you having fun with it? Is it like bird wings or like bat wings? Sort of like, membrane wings. And I'm not saying that because the squirrel happens to have the same name as me. Bird wings in the back. Okay, so you picked the most difficult thing to rig, basically. Okay, interesting. I was chatting to like a guy from Weta once, and he was saying how he was like, he's the go-to bird rig guy. Like, eventually, or like whenever they're working on a bird rig, it'll like eventually come to him or whatever. And I'm like, oh my god, why? Why did you choose to do that? Sounds like a nightmare. But they're good. It's good. Like, the main problem with bird wings is just the feathers. Like the actual underlying structure of a wing is just an arm when you think about it, with a bit of automation for the systems of like the folding of the wings and whatnot. It's just distributing all the feathers and everything and making sure they deform nicely. That's the tricky part. Aim default groups. Aim transform. Oh, I do get it from a guide. Okay, that works. Let's see. Scapular. So let's build the default groups for that. Actually, why put the error there when we can just put it directly underneath the scap so we can test it? So for side in left and right, let's grab this and make a quick dictionary for it. Scapula dictionary. Oh, yeah, I've already got this sort of like pre-set up with scapular strings, so I must have done this at some point in the past. And then after that, we can just do scapula object equals rigging deformation, aim transform. We pop the dictionary under that, and then we can just do a build. Scapula object build. So arm a scapula, so we can change the side string to be the side we're driving there. Don't need to worry about the rig and joint parent because that's... Actually, we do need to worry about the joint parent. Rig parent's okay. But this is going to be... what does the scapula go under? Clavicles, right? I'm going to go to bed now. Just wanted to stop by and say hello and good night. Thank you for dropping by, Mish. Hope you get a good night's sleep. And yeah, hopefully I might do some more streams in the new year. Probably not as the same frequency as the start of the year, but I'd like to kind of keep these going maybe once a month or something like that. So hopefully we'll see you in the new year and keep us informed as how your elephant with bird wings rig goes. I'll be interested to hear about it. Sleep well. So we got the top transform. Aim vector, those should all be good. Do joints true, joint name overrides, we should be alright. Joint radius value. Don't want them to stretch. Do I want these? Base constraint. It's going to be the clavicle joint. Yeah. But then the chest joint is going to be the target. I probably want to do these in a bit more detail later with a more like defined structure for what drives them. But again, for the time being, probably okay. We can kind of see how it goes. I think they're up to be the spine, because when the clavicle... Ooh, actually, yeah, we might have to just do that for now. It's not going to really be too obvious how this deformation goes. Turn 1 visions. Ah, welcome, Lucas. Lucas is turn 1 visions, right? Again, I'm trying to remember back. It's been too long. My old man brain is breaking. I remember usernames. I'm trying to remember the names behind the usernames as well. I do apologize if I get them wrong. Boom! I got it. Okay, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm getting there. What's that, Sonny? What's going on? I'll just talk with an old man voice from now on. How has your year been going, Lucas? You doing well? Hope it's been productive. Let us... Okay, so we got that. Reference editor, don't need you. Hold on, I gotta change these songs. They're too boring for me.
Am I missing something?
Yes. Music. Let's get to work.
Have I already played this recently? God, what's the stuff that I used to play? McBird. I think these don't get stricken. Yeah, been good overall. I'm in a trainee process right now. Hopefully this week I'll work on my first project. That sounds awesome, man. Congratulations. What kind of studio? Games place? Something like that? Or your old man voice sounds like a Half-Life scientist. Hello, Gordon. That's nothing like a Half-Life science. Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional. Let's see. So this should build through until the scapulas. Yes. They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber. Cool, so we got scaps that have been added, and they should follow around with the clavicle. They may flip, yeah, if we push it too far back, but that's fine. I'm gathering they're just gonna kind of like be weird, but we're not gonna see that until we skin, but I actually haven't rigged a pair of scapulars in a while. I think I had like a muscular character I did that I added them in, but in the most part for like all the game characters I work on, very rarely use scapulars. I used to be like a scapular purist, but you know, when you're trying to preserve the amount of joints you use, sometimes they just, you throw them out. It's a rigging studio doing rigs for third parties. Cool. Is it like Rigit or something? Rigit.net? Or K9? This someone might as well. Oh, but I mean, you do not have to share this, by the way, as well, Lucas. I'm just like, if I ever say something that you're not allowed to share, like, yeah, do not feel pressure to do so. I'm just chatting. Just curious to hear what people have been up to. Yeah, most of the time, like, when my friends come in the chat, I'm like, what are you working on? I'm like, oh, I can't tell you. NDAs, you know, fairly standard stuff. Ah, Komodo. Yes, yes, yes. I think I've heard of those guys. I think I've seen their stuff on LinkedIn. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, congratulations, dude. I hope you enjoy it. right, let's start setting up the face. Am I building the face? No, I'm not. Homer, did you remember to tip Katenge? No, he did not. Ooh, I might need more tea in a second. Should I stick with tea or should I crack a beer, guys? So, earlier in the year, I went to Brisbane, so that's Queensland in Australia up north. Not too far up north, but more north than Melbourne is. When I was there, I went to a small brewing company underneath the Story Bridge called Sea Legs, and they had a pineapple and jalapeno sour. So I love sour beers. I don't know how much sours are a thing outside of Australia, but sour beers are like all the rage here. At least they are for me. Kat and I, we've talked about them on stream before. There's like a Hong Kong rainbow sherbet sour called Guilo, which we love. But yeah, this place had a pineapple and jalapeno sour, which I like loved. It was so good. So good that I ordered a 24-pack of them to ship it over here to Melbourne so I could drink them. The only problem is they're limited editions. Like it's only, well, like most of these are like batches they only do for a limited time. So they don't make it anymore. I think I've got like 6 cans left. And I'm saving them for like special occasions. And I feel like tonight's a special occasion. Like haven't streamed in a while. Getting back into it. Hanging with the gang. Might crack one of them that I've just had sitting in the fridge waiting for like all year for the year to end. So I might do that. Alright, we got a fair few. Yeah, maybe before I get into doing, oh, pardon me, all this face stuff, because it's going to take a bit to test all that. Yep, I'm going to go.
Words of wisdom.
Drop that 0 and get with the hero. On that note, I will quickly BRB and run a quick little ad break while I go and grab this stuff. I will be back in 2 shakes of a monkey tail.
Like, can you put it back
Together with quickness. By the way, everyone, if you didn't see already as well, what do I have behind me? Is that a cool as ice poster that I have on my wall? Huh, it is. That's weird. Huh. The reason I got the cool as ice poster, you'll probably know, like, you can't see, like, I used to have Shazam up on this wall. It's now the Mortal Kombat poster, which used to be there. I swapped him. Because, like, the guy who plays Shazam is, like, a real jerk, and I felt uncomfortable having him on my wall, which is a shame. He was, like, anti-strike when they were happening and everything, and I'm just like, yeah. I think he's anti-vaccine as well, which was like, So, yeah, he is gone now. Alright, folks, I will quickly BRB. Don't go anywhere, I will be back. And we be back. All right, so here we go. Smoked pineapple and jalapeno sour from Sea Legs Brewing in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. Really good little brewery, actually. I've been there a few times. Highly recommend their stuff. Oh, I'm gonna get some ASMR. There we go for the opening. Oh, lovely. Oh, so the thing is, like, because it's a jalapeno, like, sour, it's like, it's a little bit spicy, and it's so weird, but it's so good. Oh, that's good stuff. That hits the spot right there. No. Oh my. Not Shazam. It sucks, man. Like, Shazam was like one of my like proudest movies. One of the movies that I'm like properly proud to have worked on, which doesn't happen a lot. Like, I've worked on some fucking stinkers of a movie. Shazam was like my favorite, the sort of like perfect movie for me, because it was like monsters. Love working on monsters. Each had a unique problem to like figure out and solve, a unique aspect to them. And then towards the end, after I'd done like the puppets for the characters, the animation rigs, then a bunch of my colleagues and friends came in and did the muscle rigs for them and everything, and I got to oversee it all as the lead. It was like really fun. Yeah, and it's like now the guy's a weirdo, and it's sort of tarnished that legacy a little bit. Yeah, cheers, guys. Enjoy. Yeah, I don't know if it came up in my BRB thing. Yeah, does it keep restarting? No, it doesn't. I did add, so two movies I worked on, came out this year. So this is like ages ago. Back in my days at Method / Framestore Melbourne. It's called Framestore Melbourne now. It was Framestore when I worked there. But for some reason, like, I get credited in like some of the newer movies that have come out. It's under the name Framestore Melbourne. Technically, I never worked for Framestore Melbourne. But I'm still in the credits for them. It was like that for Lyle Crocodile last year. But this year, two movies I worked on finally came out. I worked on 65, that Adam Driver dinosaur movie. I did a dinosaur for that, like, I'm going to say start of 2021 or something, I think. And if you guys remember, like, from previous streams, me talking about that fox with the 9 tails, that movie finally came out. It's called Function in Chinese, in Mandarin. And in English, it's Creation of the Gods Part 1, Kingdom of Storms, or something like that. Yeah, is it coming up? No, it's still Parademon stuff. Yeah, that fox finally came about. The annoying thing, because of course it always happens this way, is the 9 tails of the fox that I did, you don't ever really see them. They're all like smoke trails that just like flap about and everything. I don't think you very rarely see them like fully formed, and it's like all that work that went into the rigs for them, you know. What was my first credit? Technically, it would have been a Chinese movie. So when I was, it was like a decade ago. It was like 2013, I think, is when I moved to Beijing for my first like job at Pixamondo Beijing. So Pixamondo is a German company that used to have a studio in China, in central Beijing. And I worked on a Chinese sci-fi movie called Impossible. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible movie. It's it took like 2 or 3 years for it to be released, which ironically, same thing happened with Function. Like, it didn't come out for 2 or 3 years. I think because it has to get like approval by the Chinese government to come out or whatever. But my first Western movie credit would have been The Dark Tower, the Stephen King adaptation that had like Matthew McConaughey and what's his face in it? Idris Elba. I did like one of the there's like some cat-faced people in it or whatever. I did like one of the rigs for one of those characters ages ago. And then after that, actually, I think technically the first Western movie I worked on, I don't know if I ever got, I don't think I got a credit for it, was the Pirates of the Caribbean 5? Is that the one with the ghosts, with Javier Bardem as the ghosts? I like, when I joined NPC in London, it was like wrapping up, and they just needed somebody to do some digi-doubles of, there was like Orlando Bloom and whatever far off in the distance, like running together to hug or something, which weren't real. They were like digi-doubles that I rigged or something at the last minute, my first experience at the company. So that was the first like Hollywood movie that I worked on. First credit would have been Dark Tower. And then what did I work on after that? I think it was Justice League. I remember when I was in Beijing, because I was an animator on the project, as opposed to a rigger. That was back when I was animating. My supervisor, or my animation lead at the time, was telling me about his experiences, like out of college. Like the first movie he worked on, he told me was like the Matrix sequels, like the third one with the mechs that like are firing at the squiddies or whatever. And like to me, that was just like the most insane thing. Because like I'm from Western Australia, Perth, Western Australia, and like there's no opportunities for anything like that in WA. Maybe if you live here in Melbourne, and you sort of go to school here in Melbourne, there's a bit more opportunity for that kind of like level of getting into something immediately. But yeah, I had to like work through a bunch of stuff before I got the chance to work on like a Western movie. Yeah, Joss Whedon's version. Although we did work on it prior to that. Yeah, when the Snyder Cut came out, I recognized a bunch of stuff from like way back in the day. But I think somebody else redid it. I think Scanline redid a bunch of the stuff. Which is fair, because like it was all probably unusable by that point. Yeah, I was an animator. I originally started out as like a 2D animator, then went 3D, then to 3D rigging. You know, my most recent top content has been the Big Les Show. That's like an Australian, is that like about like Yetis or something? I know of it. I don't know, the humor has never like gelled with me for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. But I really like Michael Cusack's stuff. His Australian stuff is really good. Like YOLO and Damo and Darren. Siggy Butt Brains. So I think I can build all of these. Koala Man. Yeah, my friend, one of my friends, he worked on Koala Man. Or did he work on YOLO? Actually, I've got two friends. One worked on YOLO. One worked on Koala Man. I think that's it. Oh man, that's how has taught me a lot about, taught you a lot about the Aussie culture. Oh yeah, oh definitely. We have a bunch of strange creatives over here, that's for sure. Let's build these joints and see what comes up. Okay, let's work it. Sweet. Cool. So, in case you don't know what I'm doing in the background here, I'm starting to build the face deformation rig. So when I say deformation rig, that generally means adding systems which will deform the rig, as in like additional helper joints that are not built from my my guide rigs. So in this case, I have a very simple sort of build custom joint script where you can just feed it a dictionary with some information and it's going to churn out the joints and sort of, so me placing all of those locators and things before, like I ported this over from another character, so it has the same joint names, uses them, reference transform, can mirror them based on these mirroring strings up the top here, and it just quickly positions them all like this. So we now have like basic jaw joints and things set up, because the way it sort of goes is it like imports everything in, imports the guide joints that I created using that separate rig. Then I build any additional ones I need to, then skin up everything after that, set pose, build the actual rig, so like the animation controls and everything after that point, and then you have the completed character. That's the rough process that each of my characters goes through, to varying levels of complexity or simplicity. So like, yeah, we've got all these basic joints done, but you can see afterwards now we've got things like brow sides and brow middle. So these ones are a little bit different because they are built from curves and might require specific things. So I'm building the brow joints, then I build one in the middle. I think, is that how it goes? Yes. So this one uses the brow curve. It's got the joint names. We've got 4. So what this will do, if I hide the polygons, we've got this curve here for the brow. So it knows this is the start point of the curve, this is the end point. It's going to distribute 1, 2, 3, 4 joints down it, and then probably parent it underneath the face joint. Yep, parent face joint or radius values. And they're also going to use the surface that I created here, this one. It's going to use this for orientation reference. So it's going to position all of the controls sort of like facing out using this surface as a reference point. Just kind of like a quick way to quickly orient them to in a way that kind of makes sense. Otherwise, they'd just probably be facing forward, or I'd have to like manually set the rotation values for like going around the head. So let's see if that works. I think I can probably build up to the after that there. Yes. Cool. So we can see we got the joints here. So right now, these are purely static as well. Like, all they do is point outwards, and you can see they're now oriented around the head like that. So as we go into the next like builds after the deformation and everything, the skinning is all applied. As we build like the face animation controls, it's going to use these joint positions as reference to sort of like add controls and merge everything together. And I keep everything oriented in the same way. So I think it's like the x-axis is the up axis and the green is the out axis. So these should all, you can sort of see the green is pointing like outwards. The blue is like the secondary up axis. These ones should, yeah, they all sort of like follow the same structure. I think even this one, yeah. And then like mirroring behavior I get by changing the scale of the controls and things. Clever, but I am a dummy, so take that as it's worth. Honestly, like Steven, like I don't have a ton of experience with face rigs. Like of all the things I've rigged, like faces, I've definitely worked with a lot of faces, like setting up fax-based face rigs. But in those cases, generally, like you get models from other people and sort of like build them into the rig. Actually building them myself, like these joint-based face rigs are like the first time I built them in like 8 years or something like that. It's been a while, just because it wasn't really something we did on film productions, you know. So I would say I'm a fairly big dummy on this stuff as well at the moment, as I'm still learning optimized ways of doing things. If Loic is still around, he's the go-to guy. He's the smart face rig guy. He can wow us with his knowledge. So I think, yes, we're building lids next. So similarly, the lids for the eyelids need to be structured in a specific way as well. So what I do is, in a similar way, I'm going to be distributing joints along these curves, but there can be different amounts of joints based on the needs of the character. Like, one thing I like to do is having a upper and lower lid fold, because this can help you sort of like do squints and things like that in more detail. sort of controlling this upper area, this like fold up here, as well as the actual joint fold, the lid fold itself as well. In some characters, you don't need that, like in more stylized, cartoonish characters, maybe they don't have a really noticeable fold, so you can like get rid of those joints. I think in this case here, I've got like, I'm setting it up so the top fold has only one joint, and then the lid fold has 3. So I think that should come through. And in fact as well, let's maybe change the joint radius down a little bit. Because what is it, 0.5 at the moment? Yeah, let's go. Let's halve that just to make it a little bit smaller. Yes, there we go. So you can see, we got 1, 2, 3 along the top part of the lid, and then this fold section just has 1. So based on the complexity of the character, you may need to add more in. I found just 3 is pretty good, gives you a little bit control. Like I've got the capacity to add controls to these individual joints. So rather than just moving the lid as a whole, you can also move them one by one to sort of shape the eyelid if the animators need. But if you're going for like a super simplified character, you could just do one joint, and you should be good. And these are all set up in a way as well that, like once they get like rotated down, it's going to match up with this one exactly in the same position. So helps keep a solid closed shape without. It's a fairly straightforward setup as well of just like rotating transforms and things. So it's very clean, very simple. Let's do... Okay, what's next? Tongue. So I think the tongue, how simple. Yeah, I think this tongue I'm keeping fairly straightforward as a very simple, stretchy FK. Where it just builds like 1, 2, 3 joints. And again, you could increase that to be a bit more detailed. So instead of just doing like a simple FK system, you can maybe do a curve-based one or whatever. But for humans, keeping the tongue pretty simple is fine. So that's probably going to be okay. It just finds the tongue curve, builds the joints along it. Also, I build scale joints underneath them as well. Because I've also been experimenting with best way to do like scaling of individual joints. And generally, I just build a joint underneath the main joint is sort of like a joint that scales, so you don't get non-uniform scale affecting other joints in the hierarchy. Took me a while. That's like, it took me a while to get that nicely integrated into my rigs, because the way I built my my previous system didn't account for that kind of stuff at all, because I didn't really worry about scale, because I was doing mainly like photoreal characters in film. But then as soon as you go into like cartoony rigs, it's always like, oh, we'd like to scale this joint or do whatever to like blow it up or sort of like fake simulate clothing movement or things like that. So yeah, had to learn to integrate those pretty quickly. There we go. Tongue joints are in there now. Woohoo! And you can see, like, because I've taken this basis from another character, like all of this is sort of like pre-set up and all the parenting and everything, the names are all set up ahead of time. I just needed to move those references into a better position for this character. Next up, we got lips. And again, these are other curve-based ones. Could you please show more about the scaling of joints? Very interesting topic. Yeah, Noga figured out how to make squash stretch limbs work with the rest of rig scale. So the problem, so I actually found this outside of game rigs. Because again, scale wasn't something I really messed around with too much. Like, for the most part, photoreal characters in film never really need to scale. The most thing you'd need to do, like, I mean, you don't need to stretch arms or whatever, unless you have, like, cheating. But in this, cheating the pose. Like, an animator will come along, like, maybe the arm doesn't quite reach where it needs to go for the shot because the director's saying it needs to be here. So maybe they'll just like extend the arm or something. We did that with Goro in Mortal Kombat a few times just to kind of like get him into position. So if, like, while it looks good for camera, if you like toggle around, all of a sudden you'll see his arms like stretching twice as far as it should or whatever. And in most of those cases, because you're doing stretchy limbs, you don't need to worry about the joint itself scaling, because you'll have like the twist joints underneath that joint. Those are the ones that actually maintain deformation. So no matter how long, like, this one scales or stretches or whatever, right? That's not really going to impact everything because these are like the one, at least the way I set it up. They're just using a translate value to sort of push them along the joint, right? But this isn't the same thing like with joints you're scaling yourself, because technically they could be in like a hierarchy or something, and if you've got non-uniform scale, it can affect how the next joint in the hierarchy, how it's I guess it's interpolation or something like that. But basically, like, the rotation or whatever will get fucked up. The joint looks like it should be doing one thing, but like you'll actually, if you look at the axis of it, it's like messing up because the layering of scaling or whatever in the joints causes the issue. So the easy way just to sort of like solve it is, if you're doing scale, just create a joint directly underneath that joint itself with like maybe the suffix _scale or whatever, and you use that to scale instead. So it does add additional joints into your hierarchy, which can be problematic sometimes based on like whether you have a joint count or whatever. But that just means because it's like directly underneath, it's not going to impact anything else. So you can scale it whatever direction you want, puff it up long lengthwise or whatever, not going to affect anything. So like with the tongue here, you can see we've got scale joints underneath. We've got the main tongue A0M joint, and then underneath that tongue A0 scale M joint. And this one is not part of a hierarchy that affects anything else, so we could scale this, you know, any which way we wanted, and it would be all good. Why is the ratio so... I don't know why it's not scaling up very much. Because it's not big enough? Huh, okay. For some reason it's very, very small. Control wiggle check. Yeah, see, we can do woo. So yeah, it's that's a way I've solved it, or at least that's a way I've solved it for the time being. Like depending on where the joint is in the hierarchy as well, you might be able to skip it. But that's why in my scripts now I have the capacity to sort of like just use joint names and then scale joint names as sort of like an additional level for scale as well if I need. Gotta have some input for that. Was quite tricky to wrap my head around that one. Yeah, basically, like, scale is annoying. Scale is annoying as shit. And you want to try and limit its use as much as possible, or, like, control it. Like, for example, I don't really like using scale constraints, because it takes things into account. Oh, wait, hold on. I think the music has stopped. What have we got? Maybe desired. Sorry. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? I've completely forgotten. Remind me, guys. Scale joints. Oh, yes. How to connect them. I use direct connections for scales. I don't use scale constraints because depending on like how you're scaling levels above, that can impact how your character scales as well, or like how the scale constraint works. So let's say you have a locator. Above that locator is a zero group, and you constrain a joint to that locator using a scale constraint. If that locator scales, the joint will scale up as well. That's all good. But if you scale the zero transform, everything scales up as well. Now, sometimes that can be useful. Other times it might not be. Because maybe you just only want the change of the scale of the control to impact it, just so you have that more like one direct connection of control. So that's why I use direct connections. Because like if I'm like scaling my main character's global control or whatever as well, like I don't really want that to kind of impact subsequent layering of things. Yeah, I've just found that's the cleanest way to do things. It is kind of annoying because depending on how, like if you do want that layer to then scale, or you want like a layer above to sort of like have an additive level of scale, you have to like add the scales together, or multiply them, I should say. And that can be a bit annoying to control, but I've got like scripts that help me do that and everything. So yeah, my general advice would be stay away from scale constraints. Try and focus on direct connections. If you're scaling joints, do it on a joint underneath the primary joint in that hierarchy. Just that's isolated from everything else, so it won't affect anything else. The other annoying thing as well is based on the orientation of that locator that you're connecting to that joint. Like I'd recommend keeping them make them have the same orientation. Like if we were wanting to scale this tongue joint, we want to make sure that the locator that I'm attaching it to has the same orientation as well. Because, you know, if you rotate it 90 degrees, then all of a sudden the scale axes are going to be messed up. So it's just trying to like simplify the process and avoid as much junk as possible. Just keep scales simple and you'll have a better time. Did I build the lips? No, I did not. Yeah, so similarly with the lips, it's another curved based one, so it's just going to build a bunch of joints along these, as well as a few in the corners in a specific way. And parent them under different things. So I think that should all be set up as well. Batu the Juniors. Hello, have a good stream. I don't understand anything at all, but I like listening to you and hope to understand rigs someday. Thank you very much for that. How would you like me to abbreviate your name?
Come to our concert just to boo us.
Oh, and thank you for the follow. Chase, please, yes? Is that the name? Oh, yes. Thank you very much for the follow, though. Bat Uthergers. Oh, the fun of trying to pronounce people's Twitch names. When rigging the mouth, should it always Batu? Boom, done. Awesome. Batu. When rigging the mouth, should it always be open? I say it will make your life easier, Stephen. The main reason is if you have like overlapping vertices on the upper lip and the lower lip, it just makes it more annoying to skin. Generally, I ask modelers, like if the lips are very close together, if they can like open it a little bit, and if they're like, no, we can't, then like I'll kind of like in my own separate scene file, I'll make like a slightly open version that I sort of rig from and then kind of convert back to their pose afterwards. Yeah, there's like ways you can get around it through like copying skinning, potentially through UVs instead of like directly in world space. But I think just for the most part, it helps just kind of keep like a little small gap. That way you can have like a jaw close shape as well as the jaw open and the jaw stretch as sort of like the standard fax shapes, you know? Yeah, like I generally say like a more relaxed pose is good for modeling. Like that's why an A pose is preferable. Yeah, exactly. Is that gum? Is that gum? And like a more relaxed mouth pose, like if your mouth is closed, generally kind of like clenching a bit, which is, you know, not as, maybe not as nice or not as natural. So a little bit of a gap is I think, optimal. But yeah, again, like a face shape expert might know better than me, honestly. That's probably debatable. That's the thing with rigging, right? Everybody's got their own preferences, and that's why there will never ever be one like way of rigging, like one core. This is the auto rigger that we use on everything, because we'll always disagree about stuff. Oh, by the way, Kat, got a sick beer here. Sick sour beer, smoked pineapple and jalapeno. That's a spicy boy. That's a spicy sour boy. We were talking about guaylo before. Good stuff. And I think after those lips, we'll do freeze transforms. Yeah, you got a guaylo shout out a little bit before, like 10 minutes ago. How'd you go in Apex? Did you win? Are you winning, son? I should probably add, like, one thing that'll be good that I haven't added to the rigs yet, but would probably be nice, is like a chin joint for like chin raisers. Like when you
Kathy.
push that up.
Mm-hmm.
Cat. I did exceedingly average. Have you been playing anything else, Kat? Have you been playing? You must have been playing Baldur's Gate, obviously. I'm assuming that. God, I'm gonna need to like take some time off just to play this game. Like just do a 2-week slog or something. Okay, I think I've got everything set up for the face. Sick. Let's get rid of that test. Custom deformation. We got no skinning. And let's go into the animation rig. I think I might have actually all this stuff set up. Well, let's find out. Oh, I am doing a Lethal Company stream tomorrow. Ooh, I do need to find out what Lethal Company is. I was asking my my loyal Zoomer followers what the hell Lethal Company actually is before. But apparently I don't have any loyal Zoomer followers, so I don't have enough Riz. No cap. Yeah, it's noobs only, so we're gonna be bumbling around. I will tune in for sure. Wow, I think I should. What time are you doing it? Nice work on the lingo. Ooh, it is building. Just the model is useless. 6 p.m. Oh, that works perfectly. If I am in tomorrow, I shall be watching that. Faux show. Oh boy. How did you jump from animation to rigging? So username, I was animating for a little bit. When I was in Pixelmono Beijing, I was an animator, like a junior animator, because I did like 2D stuff, then just out of necessity went to 3D. And then I realized I hated animation. Not exactly true. I hate animation when it's not for me, like when I'm not doing it for myself. Animation, especially in a how would you say, like a corporate setting, like in a business setting, is incredibly subjective. Like you'll have what you think is good, then you have your lead, what they think is good, then the supervisor, what they think is good, then the producer, then the director and everything. There's like a chain of people who want you to change a whole bunch of stuff. which is perfectly fine. Like, that's how you make things better. That's how you get director's visions and things like that. It just wasn't something I enjoyed. And I found myself spending more and more time trying to focus on rigging aspects of things. You know, whenever a chance to like do a rig came up, I was always like jumping on it. And then I realized like, okay, yeah, like why am I continuing to do animation when it's like clearly the rigging is stuff I'm interested in? And when I went to Alt VFX in Brisbane, they're a really cool like small boutique. Oh, actually, they're not so small anymore. They've got like a bunch of different studios around the world. They focus on like commercials and TV shows and small like Australian films and things. Yeah, they originally hired me for 2 weeks as an animator to like fill in for an animator who was going on holiday for a while. And at the end of the 2 weeks, the animation lead and the rigging lead sat me down. It's like, we'd like to offer you a job, but not as an animator. We want you to come in as rigging. Because I had like rigging on my show reel and I was doing a little bit while I was there as well. And I was like, oh, okay, now's a good chance for me to sort of like break into it. And that's just how things sort of like went from there. I started learning how to do Mel and yeah, it was great. I loved it. And it's basically been non-stop since then. This was like when did I start Adult? Started 2016, something like that. Thank you. I felt the same. It can be so frustrating sometimes. I can imagine Fake Pivot, like, especially when, like, the levels of bureaucracy, right? Like, you know, you always have to do what your superiors do, but sometimes they have different visions to what the director, what the producers want, and what they say goes. Like, you know, even if the soups think, like, oh, this is better. Like, if the director doesn't say so, then, yeah.
Well, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Arguing about opinions just makes me feel it just feels like a vapid activity. And like, it's important, but when there's egos and things involved, it can just like, it's just such a thing to navigate. Like for me, rigging tends to be a lot more objective. Like, they're objectively better rigs than others, just like they run faster, or, you know, they work better for this animator's workflow or whatever. And I feel that just fits in better with like how I like to work. I'd rather leave the more subjective stuff to like stuff I do in my free time, like illustrations or, you know, short 2D animations or things. What do you think about auto rigging tools? I don't like the term auto rigger, because I think it's sort of like, there is no such thing as an auto rig, right? There's always some amount of work somebody has to do to make the rig work. Like, even though I'm currently like pressing a button or just like running a script to build my entire rig, there's nothing automated about it. Like, I've gone through, you're seeing right now, like I'm going through and setting up a bunch of things and everything. Like, I don't think like there's, I got nothing against like people who call their tools auto riggers or whatnot. Like, I've used Advanced Skeleton. Advanced Skeleton is really, really cool when you need to bash out like a rig really quickly. And especially if you don't have a lot of experience with rigging, like, the sort of like the face rig they've got for that, and the automated skin generation it has is like really cool because you can get like a really good looking rig immediately. The downsides for Advanced Skeleton, at least on my, sort of like in my opinion, just when I've been using it, is just because it's all like UI based, it's really hard for me to sort of like integrate it into my more script based workflow. It sort of requires like the rebuilding through UIs, which just, I don't really like working with. So, yeah, I'd say like, I like to use the term rigging framework instead, or like rigging code base. Because it sort of implies like, okay, yeah, there is some sort of like core of automation there, but there's a lot more like, there's people behind it who do stuff in it as well. Yeah. Sounds real nice, man. I hope to get back to freelancing next year. Oh yeah, freelancing, a little bit of freelancing on the side I think is really, really cool. But client, man, it's always hard to find the first threads. I thought for a second that you would have said 20 years ago. So 20 years ago would have been like when I was, how old would I have been 20 years ago? 13? That's when I like started doing flash animation, stick figure animation back when I was a teenager. So technically, I've been animating for like 20 years. So, I thought I'm trying to keep the command related to what you're talking about. Thank you, Kat. You're yeah. I need to have the reinforcement, right? I'm using M gear for a personal work, it's good, but for face, I'm just using basic blade shapes because joint-based face rig is hard. Yeah, like M gear is really cool. I haven't used M gear myself, but I have a lot of friends who swear by it. What's the name? Miguel, who makes it. I think they're working on like a version of M gear for Unreal, which sounds really, really cool. Like, if they're going to have some kind of parity between M-Gear Maya and, like, Unreal Gear or whatever they're calling it, that would be really, really cool. I just had, like, the choice when I went freelance, like, because I've worked at a few studios, like, NPC and Method, or, like, Ilura Method, had their own, like, unique rigging systems there. And when I went freelance, it's like, okay, well, like, I could learn a new sort of like existing system, and the benefits that come with that is like, okay, you've got a system to work with immediately that sort of just works. You just need to learn how to get around it and just navigate it. The downside is you don't inherently immediately know how all of the underlying stuff works, and if you have to sort of like do edits or kind of custom bespoke things, it's a lot harder because you have to like go in, understand how this system works, and maybe it's not a way that like works well with how you work. So I decided, like, I've been sort of like working on my own stuff on the side for years now. I'm just gonna go ahead and build my own system. And it's, again, that has like pros and cons because you become solely responsible for everything that's going on. Like, back in my days at NPC, like, this was back before they weren't on a high enough Maya version to make use of parallel evaluation at the time. And when animators were asking me, like, is there any way to make the rig faster? I'd be like, no, there is no way to make the rig faster, because we can't upgrade versions, and I can't go through and update all the code around that, even if we could, because it's just too big of a task. Whereas now, if animators are like, oh, the rig isn't fast enough, is there a way we can fix that? I can be like, yeah, I just have to rebuild my entire pipeline. Fuck, I'm going to rebuild my entire pipeline. And that's what happened. So it's like, you know, it's something I wanted to do, though, because I want my stuff to be as good as possible. So, yeah, if you're okay with that, like, added level of responsibility, it can be good. So I think, like, I wouldn't recommend, like, jumping into auto riggers or, like, building your own pipeline if you're new. I generally say, like, get a bit of experience first, especially, like, in different studios' pipelines. So you can sort of see, like, a breadth of different options and see what works, and then sort of, like, pull that in to make something that works for you. Me too, it started with stick figure fighting animations. Hell yes. See, we got some stick figure animators represented in here. What was the forum I was on back in the day? Stick Slaughter, I think it was. SSLA. What was it? Actually, I probably can't say the names of the websites because they probably get, like, bleeped on Twitch or whatever. Have you played around with rigging tools in UE5 or Blender? I have not. That is something on my long list of things I want to do. But at the moment, like, work that gets me paid is the stuff that takes priority. I sometimes get that, like, in interviews and things. It's like, oh, why haven't you done this yet, or whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, I've got a massive list. It's like, I want to learn stuff about Blender, about Unreal, about Houdini, about Unity. I need to learn Ziva. I need to learn, like, the list goes on and on. Like, there's lots of stuff we can learn. But at the end of the day, like, what I'm currently getting paid for is making bespoke Maya rigs that are generally quite customized based on the unique nature of the characters. So, you know, that comes first. But I'm really keen to check out, like, Unreal and stuff, because there's some really cool stuff with Control Rig in terms of, like, structuring spaces, like how you space swap and things I'm really interested in. Only downside I've heard from what people are talking about is it's not really, like, production ready, if you sort of know what I mean. Like, it's hard to, like, if you got a model update, it's hard to just kind of like rebuild a rig based around a model update because there's like lacking references or things like that. At least this is what I've heard. I don't have any personal experience with this, so I can't say for sure. But like, it seems like control rig at the moment might be cool for like doing additional things to the rig after you've built it in Maya. It's important into the engine and sort of like, you know, I don't think it's like a full package yet. You can't do everything inside Unreal, but like Unreal recently released like weight painting tools and stuff, which is something I've always thought like, oh, why don't they have that? And they released it recently. So obviously I think it's not going to be as in-depth as like stuff in Maya, which again, like I use NG skin tools and things, like I can't see myself working without it because it's such a good tool. So until they have something like that, there's no point in me using Unreal because, yeah. Like, I don't know, can you copy skin clusters in Unreal from one low-res mesh to a high-res mesh? Because that's essentially how I work with most of the characters I work on. So if I can't use that, then it's not like a full package yet. Like, it's slowly adding this stuff, so I imagine at some point in the future they will, but yeah. But if the rig can be rebuilt like a rig on the fly, then that's at least something that is useful. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you just need, like, if you want to quickly build, like, an IK something for the arm, just to move it around in addition in the rig and, like, in the engine, and, like, add some joint twist or whatever, like, that's super, super cool. I just don't think it's, like, the full package yet kind of deal. At least, yeah, again, no personal experience. This is just what I've heard from some people. So, yeah, but I'm really excited to see where it goes, for sure. So basically that rig is working. Let's see if we can start doing some face rig stuff. I think Unreal is going to become a subscription based for the film. Yes, it is, because they're trying to find ways of making more money, right? I'm not sure how they're keeping track of that. I'm not sure if it's the honor system or whatever, but yeah. Which also kind of sucks as well, because it's sort of people who in film, it kind of de-incentivizes them to want to use it a little bit. Yeah. What editor is this that I'm currently in, username? This sort of like where I'm doing my scripting. Because this is PyCharm. PyCharm is my one and only. Okay, so I think this, for the most part, so this is me like starting to set up face rig animation rig now. So the majority of the body stuff is in there, at least for the time. I'm happy with what's going on. We got the spine, got the neck, got the legs, got arms, no fingers yet, but that's easy to add. And we got the root control as well, which follows on with that. Yeah, so I'll just start structuring the face a little bit as well. Marin, welcome. How are you doing? How is your wrist? I hope it is not painful at the moment. Marin, Marin informed me the other day via Blue Sky. Oh, that's you broke your wrist ice skating? Was that what happened? Yeah, let's build this. Oh, apparently there's lightning at the moment. That's bloody typical for Melbourne. It's 32 degrees during the day, and then rain and thunderstorms afterwards. Okay, what do we got? Ooh, yeah, I can hear thunder. Ooh, spooky. Alright, we got some brow stuff. Very nice. Doing fine as a little bit, but well, yes, it was ice skating. Do you do ice skating a lot, Marin, or is that just was it like a once-off thing that just happened to result in the injury? I've done ice skating like once here in Melbourne, but I'm assuming it's much more. Wait, did you ever get to Canada? Are you in Canada at the moment, or are you still in France? This is the thing, I've been away for so long, I don't know what everybody's been doing. Are you in France? Are you in Canada? What happened? Because I'm assuming there'd be a lot of ice rings in Canadian land. Alright, let's get these boys. Eyes middle. Now, I think the face route, we're gonna need to... Currently in Canada, yay! I was learning to blend in with people. 'Tis the thing to do at this time of year as well. Is it cold there at the moment? I imagine it's gonna be freezing. Oh yeah. Thunder is rumbling outside at the moment. Yeah, if the stream all of a sudden stops, it's probably because lightning has struck and all the power has gone out in my place. Let us hope that does not happen. Let us hope. Whoa. Oh, what did I do? 1.5, thank you. It's starting to get cold. We had some negative 10 degrees. I get upset when it's like 10 degrees here in Australia. That to me is cold. Waiting for the snow to stick currently. Do you get like, what's the snow like in Canada? Is it nice white snow? It doesn't get like brown sludge, does it? I guess it might in the cities, right? 112.5 and 160. Don't eat the yellow snow. Yeah, I think that's probably good advice, Demon.
Well, this calls for a celebration.
Glad Knock Sam, welcome my friend.
I will.
How you doing, buddy? How's your year been? Hope it has been productive. That goes there. Gee. Okay, there's like a massive rainstorm outside now as well. It was 132. It was 32 degrees today, guys, during the day. And now it's thunder and rain. Classic. It's going to be 32 degrees tomorrow. What the hell? This is like Southeast Asian sort of weather. This is like Singapore, like humid and wet. It's good. Nice hearing your voice. I've got to put on my more... I got to go back to my wacky old man voice. What's that, Sonny? Oh dear. Back in my day, we used to rig only with joints. We didn't have none of this Ziva Dynamics crap.
But she's got a new hat.
I want it. -2 next weekend, and I need help. Need to help a friend move. Ah. How is it moving in the colder months? That must be annoying through snow and all that good stuff. Can you guys hear that? I don't know if my microphone is picking it up, but there is like super heavy rain happening right now. And thunder. Good lord. Okay, we got lids. Is the joint size big enough? Control scale value. It's probably okay for the time being. We can always bump it up a bit. Cool. Yeah, we probably have to increase the size of these controllers a bit, but you can sort of see what's going on. Like with these eyelid joints here. Ooh, is everything... Oh yeah, that's alright. Ooh. You guys hear that? I'm wondering how audible it is. If I can hear it through my headphones, I'm wondering if it's coming through the microphone. We got this lid. So everything sort of like comes down and meets at the same position. So this is how we do the blinks. With these characters, I found, at least the animators I work with currently, like doing things sort of like manually and setting things based on that. I probably want to add like a set-driven key for like a blink or something, another system like I had before, but yeah, this is a really simplified system for doing like eyelid blinks. And I believe with this you can see like how we had the joints for the upper lid, and then we had the fold there, so there's like a little bit of influence on that upper joint, just to sort of like create a realistic sort of blink effect. And then as well, when you're rotating around, these outer ones don't have as much influence. Although I think at the moment they might be. What are they like? Have I set those wrong? Auto. Do I have it set? Follow value. Tell you what, I'll probably have to build everything.
An ordinary square.
Whoa, whoa!
Slow down, egghead.
New internship as a generalist. Ooh, that sounds cool. Yeah, were you looking for work last time I was streaming? I can't remember exactly, Sam. I think you maybe had been applying to somewhere, right? Is it the same place, different place? This is the thing, like, I'm trying to remember, like, the last time I streamed. I think it was, like, April or May or something like that. It's been a while. It's been a while. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start. Nose base to nose ring. Don't need you. Around that time, I've been working in games, but the studio shut down. Yeah, man. That sucks. Yeah, we were talking about like how weird the industry has been this year. Like and it's not just games as well. Like because I thought like it's like 7,000 layoffs or something. But somebody in chat was saying like it was 10K I think now. Because like an indie studio here in Melbourne recently just fired, or had to let go of half the people working there, just because the game they were working on wasn't selling well and they couldn't get any more investment into it, which really, really sucks. But they were very open and honest about it, which was good. Very transparent about what was going on. A lot of talented people at that studio. But yes, same with the film industry, man. Like with the writers and the actors strike, it's just been really tough. Just no work coming in, But like, hopefully in the same way, there was like a big deluge of stuff during like after lockdowns and things sort of like ended during pandemic times. There was sort of like a deluge of people wanting to make projects and things. They're hoping a similar thing's going to happen like early next year. So like, yeah, fingers crossed. Let's just... Why am I doing this one by one? I'm pretty sure all of this is going to work. I can probably just copy paste it all. Yeah. This is a lot of stuff. Let's just do it. Let's take a... Actually, I don't even need to copy paste it. Let's just get rid of the comment tags. Statistically says there will be a big vacuum next year that needs to be filled. Yeah, and I think hopefully that gives like you guys as artists a bit more leeway to get like better compensation, right? Like to actually get paid properly and everything. Like, oh, we're in demand. Like, I know like there's a massive skill shortage in the UK or something at the moment. They're just like looking for seniors and can't fill it. And there's like nobody's willing to hire juniors and everything, so I'm hoping it kind of makes a bit of a sea change a bit. Hope it gets better next year. Like, it has to get better, right? Like, it can't get worse than this, right? Famous last words, I suppose. I don't want to... Don't hold me to that. So that's all done. Let's see what we got. Ooh. Where did that go away? Oh, boy. Delete the rest. Oop. Is the music gone? That it is. What is it? Oh, so those senior salaries are a bit shit for a senior. Oh, especially in the UK. The UK is atrocious. I think I had like a recruiter for like an outsourced company in the UK get in contact with me like earlier this year or last year or something. And when I gave them my salary, my expected salary, they were just like, oh yeah, that's way outside the bounds of what we can offer. And it's like, you're wanting a senior rigger who can work like internationally. Like, you have to shell out money for it. So, yeah. Problem is, remote work for UK is expensive unless you're an intern like me, and it's almost impossible to get work visa. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, it's the same here in Australia to a degree, because Australia has different states and territories. So I'm currently in Victoria, that's where Melbourne is, and like I'm originally from Western Australia, which is like obviously west coast of Australia. And those different states have different government tax incentives. So there's like tax rebates you can get in different states if you're like working on productions over like several $1 million or whatever. But in order to get those, it has to be people employed within that state. So I had like a few studios reaching out from Sydney, which is in New South Wales, but they require people to relocate to Sydney, like one of the most expensive cities not just in Australia, in the world, to work on this stuff. And I'm just like, no, that ain't happening. Same time, my job is using Mixamo rigs without nice controls, and I'm crying because we don't have time to make everything nice. Mixamo, are they okay? Like, Mixamo rigs must be pretty good. They're fairly mass used, right? They're like mocap-y, right? No way. That's like you paying to work there. Oh yeah, like I think Sydney studios have to technically offer more salary because people moving there have to spend way more on rent. That's the problem. And we're also in a housing crisis in Australia at the moment, so as well as a rental crisis, general housing affordability crisis. So even if I was to move there, chances of me finding a rental like within a normal amount of time wouldn't be very good at the moment. Plus, I don't want to work for a studio. I want to keep going freelance. They're good, but I hate looking at them. Yeah. Is there a way you could like write a quick little script to sort of like swap the controls out, you know? Swap the shapes. All right, let's see. Okay, we're going to just see. Hail Mary, see if this full thing builds. Because why not? Shit, it did build. Nice. So we got the nose. Nose moves cheeks and things around. We got the lips. Move that and it moves everything else around it. Where are the jaw controls? Oh, they're way up there. Okay, that's something we have to fix. But technically they do work, right? Yeah. That opens up. Would be an interesting weekend project. Nah, don't do weekend projects. If you're doing work for them, make sure you get paid for it. We are over the days of not getting compensated for the work we do, I say. I did enough of that in the UK, to be honest. Because movies would not have been done. That's just how things are these days. Like, just expected to work weekends for free to get movies done on time, you know. I think that's also why people don't want to go back to the UK, because the conditions there are crap. Just working conditions, I mean. Although I think some studios are doing like overtime pay. That was a nice thing about coming back to Australia, is they offered that. Or they offered that. It's like law here, you know. Okay, I think this is... Oh yeah, okay. Let's do the jaw offset. So... jaws and stuff are up here. Oh, the eyes and stuff is offset as well. Why is that so high up? That's like the... Oh wait, oh, that's the mouth. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that makes sense. So translate Y, translate Z. So this is just going to offset the jaw controls, just to put them into a better place. Where is that? Ah, that's the reference transform I need. 155.5. 0.5 and 12. Rotation's good. And then also the mouth, which is the lips. Yeah, this is the reference transform here, isn't it? Because this control, this is like the lips or control. Like when you rotate it, everything moves around with it. So you generally want it in like a more centralized place. Let's do the old trick of making a sphere. This is like my favorite trick of all time. Like when you need to find where a pivot point should be, just make a sphere, roughly position it, and like scale it up until it sort of like roughly gives you a good impression of like, it kind of fits in with everything. So like if everything was to rotate around, it would sort of like fit well within this area. So we maybe want to push it like back a bit, scale it up. Actually, it might even be too big. That's because we want to sort of like keep it around the lips. Can always come back to this. Like this is a really good method for doing clavicle positions.
Words of wisdom. Drop that 0 and get with the
Hero. I use this all the time for placing clavicle joints. In fact, I think in my guide rigs, I used to have an option just to turn on a sphere for those clavicles, which may be gone at the... I think I might not have added that back in. Incredible wisdom. Use polygon spheres to position things. Because then you've got a central point you can utilize. Let's say 5, 6, 5, something like that. And then maybe 4. That sounds good. Oh wait, no, it's 4, not 5. Boom. Yeah, because what you can do, right? Well, how can I show that? Let's error out after here, just so I can show. Because there's sort of two ways to go about this, right? So you got your clavicles there. Let's turn on a sphere. Let's move the pivot point to there. So then we could just pull that out. Let's hide it for the time being. It's like when you think about it, right? The sphere, like the center point of the sphere. Actually, I probably shouldn't have put it there. Let's do it. Center that. So you like put it there, right? Like that's the point, the sphere. That's it's like it's going to be rotating around that point. So it's a really good indicator of like the general area everything is going to move. So you can sort of use this when like positioning things, like depending, like right now the clavicle on this character is placed in a very realistic position, but maybe it's a different character where maybe that's not the best place to put it. Maybe you don't want to put it in a realistic place. Maybe it's more about you need to figure out like where the general rotation around a point is going to be. And just having a sphere there is like a really good way of just like eyeballing it. We actually use this technique a lot on The Lion King when laying out clavicles for animals. Actually, let's do that with the bear. Because I know I definitely have the bear. I think. Do I? Guide rig. Does he have weird clavicles? Yeah, so like the bear has... Do I have a model for this bear as well? I think I do. This is like a free Sketchfab one, which I just use for vague reference. with this bear, right? Like, the clavicle is positioned here, which seems kind of like arbitrary, right? Like, why is it there? What would the reason be? Like, I think bears technically, like, I'm pretty sure if you look at a bear skeleton, they don't have clavicles at all. Some animals do, some quadrupeds do, but I think most don't. Hold on, let me just look. Bear skeleton. I'm pretty sure they're just free-floating. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have any kind of clavicle. So you have no, like, realistic place to put them. But you still want to have a clavicle joint, because this provides a rotation point which allows the shoulder to sort of, like, move around a pivot. So based on that, you want a good place to put it. So where do you decide what to do? So this is where, like, building a sphere and placing it around sort of gives you a place to estimate. Because what you can do is you can blow this up to a massive size and sort of say, like, okay, I can sort of see this is going to be the general area of rotation. So I can sort of, like, make it bigger, you know, push it around and sort of see, like, as this shoulder joint is, like, being pushed and pulled over the rib cage, where would be a good sort of, like, immediate pivot point to have it. So, you know, without much effort, we're getting some of this realistic movement for free, right? So this is why you might see in some behind-the-scenes stuff or in rigs you're working with, for, like, horses or antelope or things like that, you know, kind of like standard quadruped affair, like, their clavicles may be, like, outside of their body, like, out over here, and you're like, why the hell is it doing it like that? Well, it might be because they've decided, like, okay, we need, like, a big amount of rotation, like, directly around the body, and they've sort of, like, estimated, you know, out here's probably a good place to do that, right? And this is, like, the dichotomy of, like, do we choose realistic pivot points, like with humans, where the clavicle is here, attachment point is here, so, like, if you have a pivot point here, you're going to get some really realistic shoulder rotations, or do we place it in a more, like, volumetrically, not arbitrary, but, like, maybe centralized, or sort of like a point of where the pivot point is going to create more, it's going to give you some sort of, like, free, what's the best way to describe it? Like, better deformation for free, I suppose? Because, like, although, you know, a clavicle here is, like, realistic, if you're pushing clavicles in, like, really far poses, it's going to be much more limiting because it's realistic, because human clavicles, you know, can't stretch back too far, can't push too far forward. So, you know, this is why I think, like, this is why I don't like auto riggers that auto place joints, because there's always sort of, there always needs to be that intuition. There's always that balance between a realistic pivot placement and one which makes more sense just as a pivot point for, like, the rig itself, right? And it's down to you as the rigger to sort of intuit that. I don't know if there's a way to really just tell machine learning or whatever, like, that is the optimal place, because based on the needs of the character, that may not be optimal, you know? Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm not, like, crazy afraid of, like, auto, sort of, like, riggers taking away our work, or, like, AI coming through and placing joints, because they always need some kind of cleanup. That's why I built my, like, whole guide joint system in the first place. So I could use, like, automation to kind of pull things into place, and then I can very easily tweak those points to make it better based on the character's needs, you know? Joint layout is an art form, guys. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Because there's always a point in time, even if someone's using an auto rigger like Advanced Skeleton or whatever to set up a character, and they may not be very rig savvy, you know, they've got a full character, full face rig and everything. As soon as, like, bespoke, like, custom skinning needs to come in, they always need to get somebody to do it, because, like, trying to teach someone who isn't familiar with skinning how to do that skinning, it's like, everybody hates skinning, right? Because it takes a little while to familiarize yourself with it, get good, and understand how to use it. And it's like, that's time I could be spending animating or modeling or whatever, right? So that's our time. That's our time to strike. But Robbie, AI though. Call me an optimist, but I'm not crazy worried about UI. UI, AI. Mostly because I think there's always sort of a need for somebody to come through and clean things up. It just would suck if like you're always coming through to clean things up, and AI does 80% of the work, and then you just clean up the last bit and get paid a fifth of the price or whatever, Recently gathered a asset library on a game we're working on, got like 5k characters, and we still don't know how to fix the bottleneck of adjusting pivots for them. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is why I always say, like, my suggestion to people, especially like if a studio is like talking to me in a freelance capacity, like we want to get you on at some point to work on things. I totally understand if studios don't have budgets or like big budgets to get expensive seniors in all the time. But I feel it's very important to get someone in, at least at an early stage, to sort of like lay out joints, rough skinning, rough rig and everything, like done in a way that's going to be helpful for the pipeline in the future, right? Because a little bit of forward thinking early on in production can make things so much more streamlined. Yeah, just like thinking about joint pivots and things, like, because if all of a sudden, like, if the joints were sort of arbitrarily set up with a auto rigger 6 months ago, and then you come in and then you got to fix that, and you're like, oh, the knees aren't in an optimal position after you've, changed the model or whatever. We need to change the pivot point. We need to change the rig, the joints, and everything. And all of a sudden, that has cascading effects. Like minimizing that sort of thing early on just saves all this issues. And like you're saying, like now you've got like, how the hell do we change all of these pivot points because they don't work with these characters, I want AI skinning tools, to be honest. Imagine saying this deformation is bad, make it good. See, again, it's like, to me, like, skinning is another thing that can be very character-based as well. Because depending on like the layout of the mesh, the amount of joints you have and everything, like good and bad skinning can be quite subjective, and there's a lot of the different things that may work in one character that may not work in another. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I think there's, like, I'm not against machine learning and things like that, and using it to make things easier. Like, for example, Weta. If you've looked at their behind-the-scenes stuff on Avatar 2, right? Like, the face rigs they use now are not fax-based. They use sort of like, I think it's like underlying musculature that kind of like uses machine learning to sort of like know like when you move, like you move the eyebrow sort of like muscle fiber up, that like all the stuff around it sort of like moves with it because it's like based on a deep learning simulation or something like that. That's really cool, right? Because it sort of like creates stuff beyond what people can sort of like do, and it's enhancing the thing, but it still requires artists to sort of like to work on it and improve it and everything. Like, I think that's cool. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't like AI when it's stealing people's stuff without their consent, basically. Yeah. See you, Cat. Thank you for joining, my friend. We'll see you in your stream tomorrow. We have gen tools that make images out of prompts. Would be great to just reverse it and just let it fill in layer names automatically. That would be dope. Yeah.
Cassie. Cat.
You guys are asking me, like, oh, all these things are, like, making me think, like, interesting. Because, like, yeah, being able, sort of, like, be able to auto-detect things and auto-rename things would be interesting. And would help potentially save time. But generally, the way I name things has a lot of intentionality behind it. Just to avoid... there's, like, a logic behind my naming system, which is important to maintain. And if there was a way to sort of, like, maintain that through learning or whatever, I guess that's... Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. As long as it's all ethically trained, I think it's probably fine. But yeah, a lot of the stuff with AI, all the stuff that's like image generation stuff just isn't trained ethically. Therefore, I'm not a fan of it. Well, there's a cool tech out there. I can't remember what it's called, but like that portfolio site that's an alternative to ArtStation. I think it's called like Cara or something. CARA. That's like an AI. It like poisons AI scraping. It like does some filtering to the images you upload to the site, which if an AI scan or like scrapes it without your consent, like it poisons the batch or whatever of the data that it collects. So there are ways to fight back, and I hope that kind of makes people more wary of this stuff in the future. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. What is it called? Nightshade, that's what it's called. So what is left to do tonight? I kind of want to do just to get everything set up on this character, which is there now. Is there anything else I want to do? I guess I could probably talk about the rigs a little bit more. If I wouldn't mess with the names I make, then that's alright. Sometimes when I model or do something fast and make models of layers and spend a bit of time renaming layers and checking things. Yeah, like if you have, if you're brainstorming a file, you're making a model, and you've got 200 unnamed weird mesh things in your scene, and you can just like press a button and an AI sort of figures out what's like good and just renames it for you based on that. Like that would be cool, right? Like just a quick little thing to help with that. Yeah, there's like tons of like amazing, like good practical applications for this stuff, which just gets like tossed to the side when people are like, oh, we can like get around artists and steal the money that they would be making. This is all good. That's all building. We got the head. Is there anything you guys want me to talk about? Like, it's getting kind of late. I'm not gonna go. I mean, it's been a long, it's been a long stream tonight. I've been going for nearly 4 hours. It's normally like, it's like twice the length of the old streams. I thought I'd like, I'll get on a bit earlier, see who kind of like comes and goes throughout the night. Yeah, it's gonna be midnight for me in about 20 minutes. I'm not in any huge rush, but yeah, probably won't go too much long after that. But yeah, is there anything you want me to talk about in particular tonight? I was going to maybe go through some of the changes I've done to my systems that actually make, like, show what's different to kind of before. If you guys can even remember what my systems were like before, I can maybe talk about that. Or, yeah. Should I tell you what? I will go. Yeah, I need to go fill up my water bottle. I'll maybe pop on the BRB screen in a sec. Just get that all sorted out. Oh, this is nearly... New music. There we go. Yeah, be back in 2 minutes, guys. I'll just swap over and run some ads, and I'll be back in 2 shakes of a monkey's tail. I'll be RB. And we're back. I don't know. Some of those AR Pixar poses are pretty dope, lol. Are you actually serious about that, Steven? There's a really good video by, For Crusties! There was, Patrick Willems on YouTube. Okay, good. Yeah, thank God. Just saying, like, he was talking about, like, how one of the trends in AI is doing, like, Wes Anderson style. And then he was, like, making the claim, like, it's not actually Wes Anderson's style. It's what, like, parodies of Wes Anderson's style think his style is. Because, like, AIs don't think. They're just, like, a mass incorporation, like, a mass slop soup of, like, popular search engine results, like, picking up all this information, like the popular stuff, right? And, like, Wes Anderson parodies are, like, you know, it's like the very structured sort of, like, takes and everything like that. But, like, depending on what Wes Anderson film you're watching, there's a bunch of different cameras being utilized and things. Like, so whenever the parodies are just sort of, like, people statically framed, barely moving or whatever, it's, like, not actually a Wes Anderson parody, you know? Like, it's just what the AI thinks it is. And it's the same with, like, those Pixar posters, right? It's always a very particular style, but, like, new Pixar style is completely different from old Pixar looking characters, you know? But again, it's like, that's what the AI thinks it is, because that's what everybody kind of, like, imagines it is. That's what's popular, but when it's not actually, in fact, what that style is. And it's just like, yeah. If that makes sense. Is there anything else? Machines that just make mediocre content. Yeah. Basically. Yeah, I'm not a fan. For the time being, not a fan. If it's regulated, if things get permission to be... If AI companies get permission from people to use their art or whatever, or fairly compensate them for the art that gets used, and when their names or whatever get used as reference for or prompts or whatever they're called for generating content, all good. But yeah, not big in the whole stealing and making shit. Mediocre in the sense that it's like a middle ground of whatever. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised, like, honestly, like, Disney and stuff have been so lenient with it being used by these companies. Like, the Pixar style are being used and being allowed to be used as a prompt and everything. It's weird. Keep remembering the video of Will Smith eating pizza. Not sure if I know that one. Does ArtStation still do business with AI companies? Yeah, it does. And it still allows AI on it, which is annoying. Because ArtStation is owned by Epic, which I think are okay with AI stuff. Which is why I think like some artists are trying to find other platforms like Kara, which allows them to sort of poison their images with these filters to make sure it can't be scraped by AI. So, yeah, it's less impactful for, like, I guess, someone in my situation where all the stuff I upload to ArtStation is already, like, copyrighted stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm wondering if I want to, like, port everything over to another website as opposed to ArtStation just to sort of, like, stand in solidarity. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Didn't, like, some website where you can upload your models to recently changed its stance on, or like I was saying, like AI was going to be able to scrape your models and things like that. Was it like CG Trader or something? I don't want to say it is definitely that for sure. I know some company did, but I can't remember which one it was. But people were saying like, oh, okay, I'm moving my stuff to Gumroad or whatever because they don't allow that kind of stuff. Oh, and also Sad Days, like CG Society and those, is it like 3D Total? I think there's a few like old school 3D art platforms that are like shutting down because I guess nobody's using them anymore. I remember like going to them when I was in uni and stuff. End of eras. Actually, you know what I might do? I should probably set up the fingers. That's what I can do. But what do I have fingers for? Did I have it on the bear? I didn't add them in, did I? Rats. Let's go here. Appendage collection. Yeah, I forgot about CG Society. I post a piece on there, and it's still in the recent category. Oh, wow, there you go. How long ago did you post it? Just ruined some artworks for me. There's this guy that makes acrylic paintings that look like 3D characters, and when I look at it, it looks AI generated. Yeah, that's the thing now as well. Like, there's sort of like there's like, because AI stuff is so amalgamated, like everything just kind of like pushed together to create like Riyadh said, like a mediocre product. When you see someone who's made something that's like cool, but you know, kind of like stereotypical, you know, even a little bland or whatever like that, there's always like that nagging thing in the back of your head. And it's like, did they actually make that, or is that AI made? Like I saw like a pretty decent looking 3D model the other day, kind of like a cartoonish one, and I was like, oh man, is it the way they rendered it, or is that like AI? I'm not sure. And it sucks because now you have to like second guess yourself. 6 months, holy shit. Jeez, man. Yeah, no wonder they're shutting down. Oh, that is the beer done, folks. And we're moving to water. Let's go hand dictionary. Module, no, hand object, sorry. Rigging, animation, and we want appendage collection module, and we can build it. good beer. I got myself a beer advent calendar again this year. Yeah, that's my favorite beer, Sam. It was a smoked pineapple and jalapeno sour that I got from a brewery in Brisbane, Australia. Limited time only. I bought a big 24 pack that now can't be replaced because, it was like a limited edition batch. So I've only got like, I think 5 of them left. So I've been saving them for special occasions. I don't think I've had one in like 3 or 4 months or something, so. Did it for you guys. Don't need those. Control scale. Control scale value. Probably. It's half, actually. Let's go to 25. Meta reference rotation. Don't need to worry about that. Settings. Settings control scale. 0.5. Settings offset vector. Probably. So it's going to be about 25 on the x-axis. So it's going to be negative 0, 0 if side equals right, else 25, 0, 0. Do constraint references? Yes. Do scale connects? No. Driver target is going to be ARM module object. It's going to be blend layer, blend hierarchy, and then what object is it? Transform objects. It's going to be 0, 1, 2, and then transform. This is something I'm doing with a lot more specificity in my my updated rigging code base. Is sort of like using the actual nested structure of everything in objects and classes and everything, rather than like constantly referring to individual strings, just kind of like loading everything based on that. So I can say like, because I'm building the arm, the animation module up here for the arm, I've got it like saved here. So then I can say, okay, in the arm module, we're going into the blend layer. We're going to go into the blend hierarchy object. So this is what blends from the FK to the IK. I can then find the second transform object, find the transform name of that, and use that to drive the hand. So it does take a little bit of like kind of like nesting of things and remembering how you nested them, but it's a good way of just making sure like, you know, you don't have to keep changing the strings. It'll just kind of like, it's done based on these variables. Variables, is that what they're called? I always forget the terminology. I think the digit dictionary list is defined for human bipeds by default. Let's just see how that goes. I think that should build okay. We'll be probably wrapping up fairly soon, folks, as it's nearly midnight, and I've been going for about nearly 4 hours now. Ooh. Yeah, we got... These controls are way too big. Let's maybe... How big do we want them to be? Oh, it's going to be kind of hard to tell without any skin clusters. I'm going to say maybe... Let's go... That, let's go 10% of the control scale value. I think we can go for another 4. I should do that. I should do like one of those 24-hour streams. God, that might kill me. I love rigging, but I don't know if I could do it for 24 hours in a row. Oh, I should do like because like obviously right now I am not spruiking the fact of like, oh, subscribe to my channel or whatever. But like if I if I ever get back into doing more like recurring streams and I start doing like, you know, incentives for like subscribing or whatever again, it'd be like, oh, you know, if we reach like 50 subs, we do like a Cool as Ice watch along or something like that, you know. Do that on a stream, that'd be interesting. Could do a character rig in 24 hours from start to finish. Yeah, Fake Pivot, like, one of the things I did, like, was that earlier this year? I was, like, trying to speedrun a rig. I did, like, that crab guy in, like, what was it, 2 hours or something like that? I should do something like that again. But, like, on an easier character that I actually finish, you know? Did that build? Oh, yeah, it did build that. Oh, you know what I need to do? So, hand object, FK curls, automate, build automation for FK. Actually, am I doing this wrong? I feel like I've got a more specific hand module somewhere. Do I not? Oh, I've got, okay, yeah, I've got specific automation. FK, shit, what was it called? Build automation for FK curls. Is that in there? Yeah. Yeah, okay. And it was like spread and splay. So one of the things I've streamlined as well is for my hand modules. So build automation. Like I've got certain methods under these. Like build automation for FK curls, build default human hand spread and splay, but I've also got the capacity to go in here and change all these values in a much more particular way, because automation on digits is really useful. I mean, you've probably seen it in all the rigs you've worked on or used, like, you know, just having automation of like finger curls and everything. But also like you want to do probably like spreads and splays and everything, just so animators, if they're not really going into much detail with the hands, they can just quickly pose things to make them look a bit better than just the standard base pose. Yeah, so I've got capacity in here to do it for like both the meta controls, so the sort of like aim controls that I use for the metacarpals, as well as the FK bases and stuff as well. So you can specify the axes, the names of the attributes and things like that, just to kind of like quickly build them. So while I've got a bunch of default ones in here, just to quickly do all of these for like humans, when I need to do them in a bit more specific ways for like characters with different numbers of digits. Sorry, I just bumped my mic. Different numbers of digits, or you know, maybe they're don't have thumbs or whatever. You know, I can quickly take one out or add things in and sort of like automate it in different ways. So, but I think this should all be. I should just be able to add those. Oh wait, did I not take out the other one? Oh, I probably didn't, did I? Nope, take that out. Much door, one more time. So now we should be able to select this, and yeah, it's all been added. Ooh, but is it on the wrong axes? Oh no, that's the right axis. Yeah, okay. I was like, yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. And we should have, so we've got meta spread, so we can spread the meta joints and everything like that. And we've also got splay to kind of get like cupping sort of impressions there. So with like those individual methods, I could be like, okay, we don't need the thumb in there, so we're not gonna like automate that one, or yada yada yada. Just, you know, easier ways to tailor it based on the needs of the character. Because when you do a bunch of different characters, you definitely need to automate those things in different ways. Like, I'll probably need to do it for the toes here, because this is like my full human character, where I'm trying to include everything. So like face rig, hands, feet, toes. But I've also got like a simplified version that I'm working on, human biped simple, where it's just like one joint for the neck and things like that, no toes, because that's more useful for like mobile-esque characters. This would be like a full body character for a film or something. Yeah, I think with that, everyone, that's probably gonna do me for tonight. Was there any questions or anything you guys wanted me to go over just before the end of the stream? Oh, I can head back into big chat just while we do. Oh, how are we going? Yeah, it's just over the 4-hour mark. We've had pretty decent, consistent viewers tonight. I've been kind of surprised. I thought there'd be like maybe 2 people in here or whatever after such a long hiatus. I thought, yeah, just, because Twitch normally says like, oh, you know, you need to, the key is consistency. If you don't have consistency, nobody comes back. But we've actually had a decent turnout, so yeah. Cool. Quality content. Thank you very much, Rehuts, good sir. Well, on that note, everybody, thank you very much for dropping by. I don't think I'm going to be able to have the same amount of consistency that I had at the start of the year, but I would like to kind of keep the streams going, maybe like once a month or something like that. Just to kind of, you know, just keep in contact with everyone, see how everyone's doing, show off the new stuff I've been working on, chat rigging, you know, all that good stuff. So yeah, we'll see how we go early into next year. Keep an eye, well, I mean, I probably have to stay on Twitter for that to happen, just to keep everybody informed. So yeah, keep an eye on Twitter, keep an eye on the Discord, and I'll try and provide more information when I can. But yeah, I hope everybody has happy holidays and a nice new year. And, oh, hold on, can I still... Oh, yeah.
Then less Geo.
Thanks for viewing, guys. I'll catch you in the new year. Love you all. See you later.